a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. There's a road ahead, a full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets cause real big, gets off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the bought in. If you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your rent. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. High, 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 high. can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon. My name is Nobi and I'm joined here by Kets, one of my wonderful co-caster here. Today, we've got a good one. It's DRG versus Nova. So, I mean, we kind of were talking about it. This one is bound to be just a little bit more interesting than a lot of people would probably initially expect, just for a few reasons. We've got some interesting stuff, some interesting kind of storylines as we progress into stage 1 of VCT China, and I'm excited to see how that ends up going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two teams that are still finding their identity, still experimenting and trying to come to their own in this new hyper aggressive meta. Of course, DRG, we know the highs that they've reached are in the past higher than Nova has been able to accomplish. And Nova, I gotta say, they've been struggling a little bit this year. But if they wanna get themselves in to a position where they can actually make a run and maybe make it to Masses London, maybe even champs on the horizon, it has to start as soon as possible. And I think against DRG, they stand a good chance to get that run going.
Right, it's very true. I mean, both teams are sort of in a state where they're in kind of like a rebuild sort of situation or a reinvention of themselves. DRG on their side trying to do it from a gameplay perspective, trying to change things up and have more strategic depth, really fully embracing that Neon Waylay meta here as they shift things over. And we look at the stats and you can see their first kill percentages coming up because they're playing those different comps. Those double dive metas are super heavy, trying to set up on those defense halves, just trying to get those first bloods and stuff like that. So, you know, they're certainly improving. But the real question is, are they going to be able to improve enough in time for the end of the stage to qualify?
Yeah, absolutely. And you brought up a good point, that Neon Waylay, and they've added that Sky into the mix too. And those three agents combined together result in these side hits that are insanely difficult to defend against, especially with the Sentinels in the state that they are in, with the Waylay acting sort of like a secondary initiator, being able to jump in and then teleport out with the Neon sighting in. I mean, I see people get caught up by that across the league in every region, and frankly, there's really not a great answer to it except being better individually. And I think a lot of this game is going to come down to individual performances on both sides. Both of these teams, like you said, are just experimenting still. They haven't quite figured out exactly what they want to be as teams. So that individual edge might just end up winning. And you can see Wakashu, even on his new role, still having insane impact.
Right. And you're absolutely right. The individual play is really what matters here. I really honestly think that these players, a lot of these individuals have very high ceilings. We talked about Vokashu, we talked about Azir, and we feel like, I mean, generally they're good players mechanically, they're consistent, and that's really important. And so I feel like generally that is going to be a difference maker, certainly, but at the same time, the overall team play is really also what's going to be super important. And I think that also is going to play a major factor in who squeaks out the win today.
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Wakashu for a second, he's having great impact, but I still think that he hasn't quite reached the peak that he had shown in the past in his new role of playing controller. But Spirit, on the other hand, on that Waylay, I mean, you were telling me, and so I'll give you an opportunity to glaze Spirit a little bit. Tell me, what's his Waylay like?
No, I mean, like, that's definitely a player that I felt like I wanted to watch, continue watching over the course of especially this next match here, because really, if Spirit's Waylay can get to a point where we're literally just talking about it, where that kind of is, it's like the difference maker, I think, honestly, that's what is going to get DRG over the line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, in terms of maps as well, I'm expecting DRG to continue banning that Haven, and I expect Nova to continue banning their Bind as well, which actually, if you look at their maps, it does favor DRG a little bit because they don't particularly love playing Bind either. So we're probably going to get a mix of Split, maybe some Lotus, where I'm already waiting for them, you know, so they can come to my backyard. And, you know, these are all maps where we can get to see a lot of potentially high-level plays, especially on those executes. And really, I think for Nova, the win condition is shutting down Spirit.
100%. And the big thing to think about as well is the fact that, I mean, we mentioned the maps here. The last time DRG played against XLG, they had a pretty bad time on Lotus. Honestly, they lost pretty badly. They only were able to get, I believe, like 4 rounds, and you know, their Bind was actually the map that was much closer. They had 11. They went to literally the last round of regulation. And so honestly, I really do think that DRG, maybe they're not as big of fans of Bind, but honestly, their performance just kind of seems like it's overall better than their Lotus has been.
Yeah, and we get a coach fight here, but one of them's a coach and the other one's not, and the coach is struggling a little bit here as they try to fight each other. That was not bad. Well, look, Nova, yeah, it's hard to figure out where Nova stand in the table this season. They're struggling so far, for sure. They've only been able to pick up one map the entire year. That's true as well. But at the same time, you know, it's a team that did have somewhat of an upward trajectory during kickoff. they just need to continue that momentum. They're stumbling a little bit in the first week against EDG, but EDG are a really good team. The EDG are a team that are also coming into their own. So against DRG, a team that, at least on paper, is a bit closer to them in terms of historic performance, this might be a good step to build their confidence up, get their first win of the year, and build off of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think honestly, both teams are in a state where they could really do well with the win. You were just talking about Nova and how much they really want that. And I think that drive is what will eventually get them to that point. Like I said, we keep talking about it. It's really the improvement arc for both of them. That's really the big point. Once the momentum kind of starts in this game, momentum is huge in game and out of game. I really do think that once that momentum starts building for either team, you could honestly end up seeing a lot of success from either of them.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, I gotta talk about DRG as well. They made it to champs last year. They made it to the upper bracket finals of stage 2 last year, and they made it to champs. Didn't have the best time at champs because they were missing a player, and we had Demon 1 filling in, who is also great, but he didn't understand anything they were saying. The comms were so funny. But, they are a good team. They did get relegated, but then they won Ascension and they're back. They've consistently proved, honestly, more than maybe any other T1 team in VCT China, that they belong in Tier 1. They belong. They've made it here twice. They've made it to champs. They're stumbling now, but it's hard not to pick them as favorites going into this one, though.
100%. I completely believe that. And going right into the map vetoes here, you kind of called it in a sense, right? We are going to see Lotus here in the pool, but our first map is going to be Breeze, second map of Haven. So that's actually interesting. We've got 2 3-site maps coming in here, and that's interesting to me. It's going to be, I mean, we already think the attack side is sort of just the more favorable side in general because of the meta, but it's going to be interesting to see 2 3-site maps coming into the series here.
Yeah, I mean, I love 3-side maps. They give you the most opportunities for those mind games, especially Lotus with the rotating doors, but even Haven with the 3 sides, rotations become so important. Taking space, especially on defense, becomes so important. You just can't be giving up space for free. More importantly, though, I'm shocked that DRG have decided to let Haven go through. They have not played Haven since last year. It has been their essentially permaban. They don't always ban it first, but they always do ban it. So this time it seems like Nova have taken advantage of that and just grabbed Haven when possible, because DRG have instead opted to ban Fracture. An interesting pick, but I can kind of see where they're going with that. It doesn't really mesh that well with that Sky Neon Whaley thing that they're trying out.
Yeah, it's true. And it's still a new map that's kind of, well, not necessarily a new map, but it's coming back into the pool. And so it's sort of just one of those unknown factors, right? Unless the team has literally just 100% scrimmed on Fracture just for like constantly, I feel like it's kind of just one of those maps where it's still kind of just up in the air in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I love Fracture. I love Fracture so much. I was just talking about mind games on 3-side maps, but Fracture maybe has the most potential for mind games with people being able to come from both sides. And it's also the map, I think you have to be the most active on defense as well. So these are all 3 maps that are probably my favorite maps. So I'm very excited for this game. Additionally, I do wonder, will Flexing continue to play Mix? I mean, he didn't really, I don't know if it had that much impact against XLG. I'm not too sold on the agent as a whole yet, but maybe they've gone back, looked at the tape, and they're coming back with a new perspective on Mix that might help.
Absolutely. And you know what? Honestly, this Flexing on Mix is literally one of the first like overall times we've seen Mix in pro play in general. So there's still plenty of room to kind of iterate and continue to go on things. I will say Mix is sort of an interesting pick, similar to Clove in a way, with the limited range on Breeze. And so we might not see Mix on Breeze. We might, but I'm just not sure. I really do think there are generally other better options. But here we go. Walkouts coming through. DRG up first. And I kind of want to just continue talking about some of these players that we're going to see here flexing up first. And We like we said, we kept talking about a lot of these players, a lot of the players kind of to watch. I do believe, like we said, Spirit definitely one of those players on the waylay. We also, I mean, in general, I think that I think DRG have sort of the higher ceiling in this situation. So, you know, they are, you know, not to say that Nova can't squeak out a win, not to say that they can't, you know, do some really solid damage here, but I just overall feel like DRG have a little bit more consistency, and just overall they're kind of the favorites, like you said, to win in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to bet against the firepower that's on the side of DRG. But I mean, look, if you're a fan of Nova and if you're Nova themselves, you're definitely betting on that because they're coming in. You've said this before, I'll say it again. They're coming in with something to prove. And honestly, in a game like Valorant, which is full of not just young players, but plays that are so confidence-based, that can be a huge thing as well. And as they enter now, look, we've got both of these teams. They're obviously talented. They obviously belong in T1. And at that level, the differences, they can be major, but they're not insurmountable. These are all differences that can be overcome by just playing together and playing well. And in this meta especially, there is a factor of who's having the better day. And that could be the factor that pulls Nova up ahead of DRG in this game today.
Yeah. And I mean, we talk about a lot of the DRG players, but Nova players are certainly, you know, they're not bad by any means. I mean, we were talking about Autumn, we were talking about Azir before the match started or the stream started, and those players are certainly consistent. They have great mechanics, and if they're on today, I think that they're really going to be sort of like the X factors for Nova in this matchup.
Yeah, Autumn especially. I mean, he's having a bit of a regression from last year, but his potential, his peak is still so far high up there. So all he has to do is really bridge that gap, that difference, that disparity between what he can be and what he is right now. And that difference alone could make this a very, very close game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I personally can't wait to see how Breeze ends up going, because Breeze in particular is kind of a more mechanically heavy map, just given the long range fights that you're going to be taking in general. So yeah, I mean, but it's also pretty strategically deep. I mean, having to kind of manage your line smokes, having to, you know where to take map control. I feel like it's a little bit more punishing. There's a little bit less room for error on Breeze than other maps. Just my personal opinion on it. But overall, I think it's going to be an interesting first map to see how that things kind of go.
Yeah, I do wonder if you'll see what kind of comp we'll see here. I'm not too sure if that Neon Sky Waylay combo works that well on Breeze with the sights as wide open and as large as they are. That sort of mosquito comp might not work just as well as, you know, maps where the sights are a bit smaller and where you don't have space to escape it. With Breeze, I mean, if you're on A side and they're doing that towards the A main, all you have to really do is play towards yellow, play backside, play behind the pyramids, and you're relatively safe.
Right.
But I do wonder what the comps are going to be like here for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly expect them to continue on with that Waylay Neon. I think, honestly, it generally worked out for them. They didn't necessarily win, but I think they have the right formula. And if they're going to commit to the idea of kind of like, you know, maybe we might see something different just for the sake of reinvention and continuing to experiment. But in general, I think that the Waylay Neon is still the right formula, just given that it's in the meta. As far as the other agents, though, I definitely think that your Vipers, yep, that's exactly what we're going to see. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, we're seeing Viper on the side of Nova, and we're actually not necessarily seeing line smokes on DRG. We're seeing Omen and Astra, which is really, really interesting. So no line smokes there, but we are seeing the Waylay Neon comp like we expected. That combined with the sky can be really powerful, especially because of the flashes. So it's something to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, on the side of Nova, we have Autumn back on Sova. that rhymes as well, so they are surely favored now because that rhymed. Sova on this map, I do like a Sova on this map. I don't know if I prefer Sova over Sky, with Sky in its current state, especially within the context of the combo that DRG are running. But I think Sova's ability to get information early on can still help this team get a lot of space against, again, the comp that DRG are running, which isn't really a particularly space-taking comp, slow-paced space-taking comp. It's a fast, I'm going to hit this side, I'm going to hit that side, I'm going to hit this side.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, maybe Nova can get enough space when DRG attempt to go for those fast, suffocating XX, that they can make this defense side a bit more comfortable for themselves.
Yeah, I completely agree. And one thing about Nova that I really want to hone in on is the fact that their issue isn't necessarily taking the space. I mean, even against EDG, they were able to take space. The problem was holding the space that they've taken. Their real issue when they faced off against EDG was the fact that they really weren't able to do much in the sense of holding those post plants. So I want to see if they can kind of change that up here coming into this game. I absolutely can't wait to see what goes on here, but here we go. Nova versus DRG on the cards here.
Fights, of course, from both sides here as Nova go out and try to fight them. Where has Spirits just dashed to all the way inside into a firing squad? Swagsource position is so good here. Another kill. DRG Life, the only one on the side of that team to get one. A strong, solid start for Nova. A lot of space taken. Not afraid to fight at all. But look, he might get caught out here. He does, absolutely. Hang on. Okay, is here. Mr. Consistent. He's here for them. That's 2 kills. Clean. A fantastic start for Nova.
Yeah, Nova holding strong there on the B site. Honestly, it was more of a read than anything else, in my opinion. Just, I really do think that Nova kind of just hard antied them. They fought up. They were able to kind of just isolate fights really well. You can see there, Guang literally getting that 1 kill, dashing out, finding another, and pretty much they were perfectly able to isolate because of the util usage, the smokes, and everything like that.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, just that not having that fear of finding this comp is going to be so important. Of course, this round they don't want to give up any good guns, so Guanji just holding the position here.
And once again, DRG just going to walk up towards B, try to do something here. I mean, these duelists can end up doing a whole lot of damage on these anti-eco rounds. One player's going in.
He doesn't quite get the second one, but he does get one on the board. Oh my god, Wukashu's gone.
Wow. And suddenly,
the only one still on site here. He has to do so much here. There's one behind the box. He's not expecting it. The flash comes through and he's taken out Nick. What a shock dart from Autumn.
I mean,
he's trying to get another one here. He has to get this one. It's 1v1 all of a sudden. Life's in a great position. The plant is not yet down though, and he gets the kill. It's a thrifty.
Wow. I mean, I literally talked about it right before they went into the site, how strong those duelists can be on the anti-eco rounds. That neon wall pretty much just cut the sight lines entirely. So the Outlaw really did not have any value whatsoever. They were able to go in, take back sight, and those players were not able to do jack squat back there. And it ended up, I mean, it came down to the wire, but DRG can see their hype there. They take that thrifty round.
They did not feel that Nova deserved that pistol and they had to get it back in their favor, and that's exactly what they did. Nova now on a bit of a low buy, deciding to push out of mid. This might be dangerous, Wukashu. Uh-oh, they're not going to him, they're going the other way. They're walking into a Phantom and a Bulldog, and on the other side is Wukashu. He's gotten both of them, 1 shot each. A quick bandit kill, but he has so much left to do. Azir has so much left to do, and he's not gonna get much done. Wukashu with a clean 3k. You want to be aggressive, we can suffocate you from both sides.
Yeah, Wukashu there, honestly doing incredibly well just to kind of get the kills, but maintain, like, just able to play his life still. And that's just the really important part here on these rounds. This is pretty much just a sort of situation where DRG just wanted to say, hey, we're not gonna let you do what we just did to you. So, you know, it's you know, a great round there, pretty just overall solid. They were able to play their life, but now this is really the round that matters for Nova, just able to try to do something here, and the op from Guang is just too good on the start here.
Life deciding to take a little stop there in the middle doors and getting punished as a result, and that's a big kill for Nova to get early on. Unfortunately though, Spirit does equalize with a kill of his own against Guang.
And yeah, those numbers really matter there, but look at the team. They're just literally walked into A, and there's virtually no info gathered other than the fact that Spirit is there, but it doesn't even matter. Spirit still finds the trade, and it's a 3v2 now. DRG have man advantage.
Starts out so well in the round for Nova, but unfortunately they can't maintain that advantage as DRG are just allowed to walk in. Fortunately though, now it's up to Green and Swagso.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to walk
figure
up.
this out for their team.
They're gonna try to walk up, find something here, and that's actually, some good shots. Unfortunately, Swagzor, he tried, but honestly, just kind of like the poking and prodding, those shots, and actually managing to find a dink too. It's unfortunate, and great job overall from DRG to kind of find their way into the site, find that space, and maintain it.
We saw a really good team play in the first round by Nova, but ever since then, it's been relatively individual from them so far. But, well, that was their gun round, and now they're back onto that save. Guan, the only one really with sufficient weaponry to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, a lot of damage is an understatement. That Blade Storm.
Oh, they might be able to catch one here, but unfortunately not. Life takes him up, and Swagso can't quite get all of those sheriff shots to land. Hey, Guan, it's all you.
Pretty much, and still has the 5 blades, still just waiting for DRG to do something, make some sort of mistake, trying to kind of just avoid the Trailblazer, and it's not much is gonna happen. The ult comes out.
Hunted.
Yeah, literally being hunted right now.
He doesn't quite get anything. The timing not working out for him at all, except for a few bullets to the body. Here, how much can you do here? You're getting hunted yourself. He gets a headshot, but unfortunately, that's all she wrote for him. Guan, it really does have to be all you here. He's gonna hopefully go for some exits here, but he does get the first, he does get the second, he does get the third. He doesn't quite get the fourth. A valiant effort from Guan.
Yeah, it was definitely a valiant effort for sure. Not able to quite come up with it fully, but really the big thing where there was, yes, I mean, no one else had any other weaponry, but what I really wanted to see from Guang there is sort of playing with a team in a sense of just not really allowing them to die, more or less. And I think if that would have happened, I really do think that they would have had more of a chance here, but Nua starting to fall a little bit more behind here. They've got to pick it up here on the defense, try to just continue to hold the space. Info gathered on A. Life though, finding
it's a distraction. Oh, and he gets a second. How are you allowed to get away with this? Nova just not reading what DRG are doing at all, whereas DRG, look at the way they're using their presence on this map, each other's presence on this map so perfectly. Nick gets another kill as well. Autumn, the only one able to get one so far on this side of the map.
Yeah, and notice how Green there was isolated on the site. I mean, DRG was able to fully take it with Green literally being the only person, you can see on that minimap, being the only person in the back of the site there trying to hold B with his life, and it just didn't work out. Spirit finding one, and it's literally all down to Autumn, who can't do it either. DRG finding a 5th round.
It's all 1v1s, Nobi. It's all 1v1s. It's devastating to see, and you see Nova getting caught out by this comp. So look, yeah, like you said, Guan all alone. They're not expecting someone to come door at all. There is nothing there for Nova to hold that site. They get caught out by Spirit's dash and dismiss that saturate, pulling all of those players on A towards main and giving Life a free entry from the side. And that's hopefully what's being discussed here in this absolutely necessary timeout.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is one of those timeouts that I think is perfectly timed, just given the fact that it's not too far out yet. They're only 4 rounds behind. They're still in the game. I don't really think DRG have gotten too much momentum yet, but it's certainly getting there. So I really think this is the perfect time for Nova to just kind of take a chill pill, discuss what needs to change here. You can see that they're sort of just, it seems as though they're trying to kind of figure things out now on the fly. I really think they need some sort of preset plan. They need to kind of just commit to something. And just overall, like, I think after that, they really just have to kind of work on the fundamentals as well, as far as like the positioning of the players, the tradability, things like that, because being in a situation where you're kind of just alone on one site, untradeable, is not really what you want to see. Even though, you know, Green is playing Viper, is in a situation where it's kind of like a pseudo Sentinel. I really do think that it's sort of just, you know, it's necessary to be tradable.
Yeah, it's so important. Now though, they are back down to a bit of a save with Autumn the only one with a hero rifle.
Yeah, and
what can you do here? I mean, they're on the right side. They've stacked the right side.
It's true. And I already like this setup a lot better. You can see 2 players playing together on the B site. You can see Swagzor just chilling half wall as well. See Azir in nest getting that information, and you can see also Autumn playing sort of just off of A, getting info, but able to kind of get out if necessary. And this is the exact sort of spread, defensive spread, that I'd like to see. So that timeout certainly was productive in some sort of way, just the positioning there. You can see here DRG also just flashing in. They're heading right into A. They're going to be able to take the site, but at least info is gathered and they can have just this 5v5 retake here.
And they're so aware of where Autumn could be, peeing that out around that orange area. Unfortunately, though, there's not a lot you can do. There's everybody here. And all of his teammates are only just coming in with, again, that weaker weaponry.
True, and that's a great start from Life.
Oh, incredible! You don't even have to stop, and Spirits too. It's got 2, and Life gets another one. Nick can have one too. Oh, it's too easy for the side of DRG on that round.
I mean, Cats, ultimately the positioning does not matter at all for anything if these players are just hitting shots like that. Life with an excellent shot there. We can see it right there in the replay. Great shot onto Guang. Spirit as well getting 2. I mean, incredible stuff. And yeah, I mean, overall, Nova didn't really have the weaponry. Now they do. You can see Guang with that operator there trying to kind of just hold the line over in mid. But I mean, it was still overall excellent team play coming out from DRG on that post plant.
Yeah, and in fact, Nova, that op might be their win condition. This was the win condition for PRX, who ran the same comp all throughout their run in Master Santiago. So if they can emulate that sort of success, this could be something really, really interesting.
Very true. And here comes the B hit. Green once again sort of alone right now, but actually now has Autumn. Peeks up. Spirit finding a kill. The trade is there. And I mean, DRG are just so good at it. Guang now in sort of a bad position with this up on the post plant.
This is a huge fight from Spirit. He doesn't want to take it. He knows that they could double swing him there, and instead opting to play from the front of the side here, isolating that tunnel fight perhaps. But look at Nick's position. This is so dangerous for Nova. The shot doesn't quite land from Guang. The shot does land from Swagzor though, and he's gotten Nick as well, flexing all on his own. He's in a good position, but he might just get pushed here. He doesn't want to give this space up. He's looking at the wrong side. He doesn't know, but he's flicks anyway.
Oh my god! Swagzor!
Great round.
Flick of the wrist. And that right there is exactly what tends to be the difference maker. We literally have the same thing happened last round with just the crazy shots, and DRG are certainly feeling it today. I talked about the ceiling before the match started how we felt about overall like these players, and how a lot of the time the difference maker would be who's oh my god who would be mechanically different that day. And it seems to just kind of be, seems like DRG are just in a great position here.
Incredibly fast from Swagso there, and now gone. He is pushing up the right alley here. He doesn't quite get one because it's Life who's ready. He's so ready for that peek that takes his head off.
And I mean, sort of just hovering around B once again. Like they're honestly right now, DRG aren't taking a whole lot of map space. You can see literally all 5 players are just kind of bunched up here, but B has certainly been working out for them. So I mean, I don't even necessarily blame them too much, but these off angles, these positions from Nova could actually end up being super detrimental for them. Let's see what ends up happening here. Great shot from Life.
Oh, he's behind him already. Ezreal finally takes out Life, but he's alone on side. There's 4 people here with him, but none of them are friendly. Unfortunately though, he does need to get one here. He doesn't quite get it. It's Flexit just walking out and getting him in green finally puts him down, but it's all in vain. Spirit finishes up the round. It's another one on the board, another gun round lost for Nova.
Yeah, and unfortunately Nova now in a position where, I mean, at the time of the first timeout, things were sort of still definitely winnable. Not to say they're not winnable now, but it's just so much more difficult. When you have these round differentials like we're seeing now, I mean, it becomes super rough to get your head back in the game, both mentally and in terms of just the overall strategy. You just have a lot less room for mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And while DRG want to finish this off with a 10-2, Nova certainly want to bring this at least to 5. But look at Guan's position. This could be a kill for Wakashu, and it is. In fact, he's so aware of where they could be playing, what that kind of comp does. Spirits is already on site. The flash comes through. He doesn't get the kill, but Life, he's behind already. He's behind them. It's insane.
They don't have the spike. Cats, they do not have the spike at all, and it's all a ruse. They're literally heading all the way towards
both sides.
Yeah, last 2 players on Nova are towards mid, so they're gonna have some sort of information. They're gonna be able to get over there pretty quickly. But I mean, I don't really think this is intentional. I think they just left the spike.
They don't have any control on the side of Nova. DRG could leave Spike wherever they'd like to. Unfortunately though, Green only manages to get one before he's traded out. Autumn all on his lonesome here in mid. Oh, yeah, I mean, gosh, this is just rough. What a messy round.
Yeah, very, very messy. I mean, DRG, I mean, it doesn't even matter. DRG is just so good at taking that B site and so consistent with it that it doesn't really matter. They can take it. And even though they didn't have the spike, they were just kind of able to like get out of there. They did have like some lurks, coming out. So, it ended up working out in their favor quite well. But I mean, this is just rough. Autumn just literally sitting here, not able to do a thing. Life finding 3 on that round. And it just sort of continues. DRG sort of just dominating the game here.
Yeah, I mean, Nova are desperate for these next 2 rounds. They have to be. They want to make this 8-4, but look at the way that DRG are using attention in this game. They understand that when Spirit is dived in there and doing a little bit of chip damage, they're all going to be looking at Spirit. So Life can just walk in from main and get 2 kills for himself. And they know when they've taken B, they can just walk into A, and that's exactly what Flexin did as well. And now Nova, once again, finding themselves in an equal round with nothing really bought to help them get an upper hand here. Guanji is trying to... Oh, he gets the first one though. I said that, but he gets it.
True, and so that's a good start. I mean, the one of the duelists for DRG falls now, and I mean
it's 15-8. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, that's, and like we said, I mean, this is sort of a situation where Nova, they're on an eco. They really need something to turn the tide here. It is 8. If Nova get these last 2 rounds, and 8-4 is not, unwinnable by any sense of the imagination, but they really have to start getting something here. And it's definitely going to be rough. Nova seem to have the right read right now, sort of. The smoke coming out on A, but this site hit is gonna come really, really quickly. One player spotted out. The waylay is there, paranoia as well, and that shorty is just too good from Spirit.
So he's already so close.
Oh
And
my. Whoa.
Autumn. He's gotten two of their own, but look, once again, that map control comes in so heavy for Flexin, who manages to get another one fading away as well.
Yeah, and I mean,
It is a
Autumn
2v2.
really lucky there to just be to kind of have the timing of the Astra wall. No way. One walks through, Flexin. 3 on the round. That spike is down, and these two players are gonna try to play together. Spirit with the last kill there, and honestly, Cats, it just seems to me like Nova overall, the big reason why they're losing a lot of these rounds is just it's the 1v1s, which I think in large part they've kind of corrected. Not fully, because I am still seeing a lot of them here. It's not as bad as we've seen earlier in the game, but overall, the other thing too, I think it's just slow reactions on these site hits.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, you know, he kills one on mid, Flexing kills one on mid, and then Green just peeks him by himself. And then in the 2v2, we see Swagso just walking through that Astra ult without Autumn. So you have to wonder what the comms are like on this team for them to insist on these individual plays, but that is a good shot from Guan. He has his knives once again, that Blade Storm coming through. He wants to get more. The op is still in hand. Costream takes a little bit of damage. He's healed right back up.
It's very true, and that offline is incredibly powerful, and they really need to start taking advantage of it more. I mean, that's an excellent start there from Nova, but you can see, look at the amount of map control that they've ended up giving to DRG. Literally, they're all the way up mid. These players are all the way rotating towards B. The question is, are the two players on B going to be enough to stop this site hit coming from two different directions possibly?
They're going to have to be here because Izir's just smoked off double doors as well, giving them even more control of mid instead of retaking that space, deciding instead to turtle here on A side. And it's a big fight here in mid from Flexin. And Nick, on the other hand, does take out Green, timing himself perfectly. It's a good trade from Swags. He has to get out of here. He does manage to get through, but it's Flexin who manages to survive with 15 HP and takes his head off, and he's now going to probably get healed up quite a bit once this plant comes through.
Yeah, it's true, and all of a sudden,
up to half.
Yeah, this retake just becomes so much more difficult overall. Autumn and Guang, the last ones to stand here, and Guang is sitting with an op, so I mean, as long as these players don't really take any unnecessary fights, things are going to be pretty much smooth sailing. Autumn finding one somehow. Darts himself, though. From the shadows
a tragic mistake. He gets taken down and Guan can't do anything. He just walks across the screen and takes his head off again. I mean, unfortunate for the side of Nova there, at least from Autumn, but unfortunately, it's been more of the same. A great start into the round, followed then by a lot of individual plays. Individual. Twice. And once again, individual.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that seems to be the story of this team.
All right, well, Flexin's last kill there was a little interesting. It seems like something that happens in my ranked games, to be perfectly honest with you. But we're seeing halftime here. This is kind of just it's one of those situations where these players on Nova are sort of just in the same situation as what we saw with EDG. They're really just not able to, it seems like the second Nova get an inch, DRG just take a mile. And that's sort of just been the story of their past two matches thus far. They still have time to turn the tide. I mean, Nova are, it's only the first map. They still have kind of room to turn it around, but they've got to get it going here and fast, or else, I mean, they might honestly see this match, fall away from them just as quickly as the EDG one did.
I mean, it's looking very dominant for the side of DRG here. It's very difficult to imagine Nova are going to be able to get themselves back into this round, especially with the more defender-sided comp that they're running with that single duelist. Oh, well, they do have a double duelist, but Jet Neon doesn't quite work out quite as well as Neon Whaley, as we've seen how well that works out. In fact, it's a big turnover now from Nova. They have to win this pistol round, otherwise this map might just have to be a wash.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, now that we're on the other side here, DRG on defense, I really want to see how this, really the no line smoke comp ends up working out for them, because, you know, the Astra Omen, obviously, like, having double controller here is sort of a necessity if you don't have at least that one line smoke. But I think overall, the line smoke still is just really, really useful for cutting off these super long chokes that you tend to see on Breeze. And so I really am just curious how they're going to tend to approach this in this half. Obviously, as you can see, so much aggression here, and it seems to be working out somewhat. Nick is just too good, so fast on the uptake.
They're approaching it incredibly aggressively, and it's working out so well for them. Nova finding themselves down to just 3 members 10 seconds into the round, and DRG, just as soon as they've taken that mid space, they're not letting it go. They've inserted one person there holding it, flexing. They have given up B, but with numbers on their side, they're comfortable taking that retake.
It's true, and now DRG can honestly just chill out. They have the numbers. 2 of their players don't really have a whole lot of health, but it doesn't even matter. DRG literally don't even care about the B site. They're perfectly fine playing retake here. And that's exactly what they're going to do. 5 players now going from mid, and honestly, Autumn's position here can end up doing a whole lot of damage. 2 down, looking for more, can't do it. And Nick, 3 on the round. I mean, DRG still have the man advantage, but damage certainly done. And Nova, I mean, if there was any opportunity for them to do something here, it would be now.
What an incredible flash, but Green is not. What? How did he do that?
What in the world?
Off of what information was that, Ukashu?
Oh no.
He gets to Quan. He might actually make this work. He dashes in. He's gonna walk into the smoke.
No.
He knows he's there. He gets a third, and it's an incredible clutch from Quan on to this round here. A 1v3.
Somehow keeping his cool throughout all that, being down 10-2 in the pistol round of the new half, and not even having man advantage. You managed to find that one through the smoke, and I mean, I don't know how at that point Guang manages to do that, finds the third through the smoke, and I mean, that was as much of a necessary pistol round win as anything else. Nova absolutely needed that one.
Absolutely, it's a huge round, but I do want to make sure that you remember they won the pistol round half 2, so this could still end up going DRG's way. Unfortunately, though, they are walking into 4 people with much better guns than them.
I mean, it just kind of looks like, wait a minute, DRG rotating off of A actually really quickly here.
Very early.
Yeah, very interesting. I honestly think they would have probably expected these players on Nova maybe to rotate, but I mean, you can see Life here is just listening for information. So, I mean, they have some sort of info, I think. I mean, not that like these Nova players have made a ton of noise. No way. The spray comes out. The trade is there. But I mean, honestly, that's good on Life to at least get one there. That's 1 gun down. And to honestly just kind of how DRG need to approach this round, just get as many guns off as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, a kill and info that they're still around is worth having, but DRG not quite biting. They still expected them to rotate here. Unfortunately, though, Nova insisting on this A side, and they're going to have it essentially for free.
True, and they're just going to literally walk up, slowly clear these angles. They are kind of just taking their time here. They're going to be able to get that spike down with plenty of time to spare, and here comes the post plant. Nova's issue, generally, like I had discussed, has been holding these sites during the post plant. Obviously, DRG doesn't really have the weaponry to do much here, so at best, they're probably going to look to take some guns off. But if they can't, then dying to that spike here is good. But Vokashu with an excellent shot. Outlaw here, close range, could end up kind of being a little bit of a detriment here, but Guang doesn't see it that way.
Azir's position is beautiful from up here. They have no way into this round for DRG. Nick, of course, picking up that Vandal, and he's probably going to save that. It's a good chance. It's a good idea to do so. They have really no way into this round as Nova pick up their 4th on the board. Look, it's only 6 rounds. If it gets down to 4, it's gonna be doable.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have seen crazier things happen in Valorant. This is such a momentum-based game that you can honestly see anything happen, even with a 10-2 half. That round differential can kind of get away from you really, really quickly. And now Nova just have to think about it in the sense of, hey, we need 6 to kind of tie things up. And at that point, it's just they have to like kind of just reset. It's like 0-0 at that point. So, you know, certainly a lot of work left to do, but it's not completely out of the picture here if they just keep themselves consistent. Dashes up, Swagzor finding
start.
one. It's excellently played.
It's a great start, getting rid of that controller early as Spirit's now looking to explore. He's given the opportunity to walk up, kill Azir, and when Swags finally peaks, he's taken out by Nick. Once again, Nova start out the round fantastically and then fall behind so unfortunately. He knows he's being pushed and Green manages to still get one. Guan gets another one as well. It's going back and forth between these two teams. It's a 2v3. The site is theirs. They're gonna get that plan down. There's still a lot more to do. They had to hold it afterwards against Life and Flexin, who are both having great games.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just kind of unfortunate there that these players weren't able to hit the shots to defend the site. Guang landing an excellent one there. And once again, they have a solid post plant. Flexen, last one standing here, got 4 stars to use. What more can you show us? Flexen has honestly been excellent in the clutch overall in the game, trying to land the shots, does find one, finds 2, and now there's only 1 left. It's gonna be Green versus Flexen. Some time left and has the location, still has stars available, but now no time left at all, and it's just gonna have to dip out and save the gun.
I mean, a valiant effort from Flexin. He gets 2 from that bridge position. Unfortunately, time as much his enemy as the final member of Nova, and they end up winning out there. Look, that's a gun round for Nova. That's a gun round. DRG are now going to have to save. This map is far from over.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, that was, look, I'll say one thing. That was a valiant effort from Flexin just to be able to get 2 guns off, because that's definitely going to affect Nova's economy here going into this next round. They're still able to full buy, but you can see here, I mean, aside from players like Green and Guang, really their eco is not amazing. But Life sitting with the judge trying to get multi-kills there to start the round. We talked about that aggression from DRG that we'd expected on the defense. I didn't think it would be that aggressive.
I mean, it's a great way to play when you have that weaker buy, when you only can afford a judge. It's a great way to get a free kill, essentially, by essentially doing something you'll never expect them to do. But unfortunately, that did only get them 1 kill, and they still don't really have a lot of map control.
Very true. And you can see, like, as far, like you just said, map control is the biggest thing here. You can see these players, you can see Spirit literally just walking down elbow. But I mean, regardless, Guang is on that line, just sitting, waiting patiently, expecting the push up. But
yeah, you know, overall, going B, that is where that hero gun is, the gun that Flexin managed to save at the end of that last round. He's gonna have to do a lot here.
Very true. And I mean, they're just sort of waiting patiently. DRG not giving any kills whatsoever, exactly the way they need to play. They're aware of the fact that it's potentially outlaws on the cards here. You can see all the smoke
jump into the smoke.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to fight this here. He comes out, he manages to get the first one. He spots the second one too. He knows where he is, but he doesn't quite get a clean shot, so he's not gonna go for it. Nick manages to get a kill of his own. Autumn finally taking him out. There's another kill. Wakasha with the Sheriff. Green finds himself alone on site against 3 people around. They absolutely should have won cleanly. He manages to get the first kill. Flexin's gone. The last 2 remaining members have a Guardian and a Judge. The spike is down. Time's ticking. Green playing backside.
If there was ever a time to do it,
no way
it would be now.
Coming on his 15 HP. He's gonna have to do a lot. He can't. The Judge is enough. And it's a thrifty for the side of DRG.
And honestly, that breaks their backs. Nova had some sort of momentum to start out with, and honestly, now with this Thrifty round, it's sort of lost in a sense, right? Unless they can kind of come back with the Thrifty of their own and kind of reset the table. I mean, I find it really difficult for Nova to get back in here, and you can see, I mean, overall, just the coaching staff just really trying to hammer in the importance, trying to just get the strats together. And it's 100% necessary. Nova using their last timeout here. And I mean, what do you think they're discussing here?
I mean, it still has to be the fact that these guys are just not really playing together in these post plans. Especially, we saw people getting caught out, jumping up by themselves, coming out by themselves, and just not playing together for that post plan with an idea, with a pre-planned strategy of how they want to play that post plan. They're just playing as they see the game progress, if that makes some sense to you.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. They're playing very reactive, but even their reactions generally, like I had kind of mentioned earlier, is just not really fast enough to kind of be able to keep up with the pace that DRG are constantly playing at, even on the defense side. I mean, literally Life has just been peeking out at random places and actually has been managing to get at least one pretty much every time. So it's just overall pretty rough for Nova. They still are, you know, they're not 100% out for the count quite yet, but I mean, they're running out of opportunities. And that's
absolutely
not the start that they wanted.
If he's just dashed in and he's gotten one, he does get traded out as he teleports back, but Life on the other side gets one as well. And now he's gotten two before Nick gets his two, and the round is over almost as soon as it began.
And I will say this right now, Life in general has seemed to kind of just be the one who literally has the most life overall on the team. You see, he's the one standing up after pretty much every single round. And I mean, for good reason. He's on a roll throughout this entire game. Nick cleaning it out there as well with that spray transfer right there. And we find ourselves at match point for DRG. And I mean, yes, this is their pick, but they have certainly shown why. I mean, this has been an excellent map for them so far. And
oh, he gets there.
Yeah,
he so just got headshotted.
Yep.
He dashed in, and Nick manages to turn around, anticipating that slide, and takes him out as well. Spirit, a kill of his own, but Green, Azir, and Guan, they don't want this game to end. Life, though, he absolutely wants this to be a 5-30.
100%. And from the shadows getting popped there, back into A, actually canceled. And
no, he picked up the spike, I think.
I was gonna say, did he pick up the? Was that to pick up the spike? I was like, I don't even know.
I think so.
Yeah, spike picked up though. Plant is down and space taken.
Spotted.
Autumn finding one, and now it's all down to Flexen to close it out.
I mean, DRG getting caught up by the same things that Nova were being criticized for, which is these individual plays. I mean, there's really no reason for Life to push up that way while Flexen is still rotating through mid. If he had waited a little bit for a 2v2, that could have been better, but I mean, it's a 1v1 regardless. He might still get it. He does! Shut me up, Flexen. It does not matter if you're that good.
Flexen is certainly flexing the mechanical skill there as DRG find themselves a map win on their map pickup Breeze. And I mean, look, I think honestly, that went just about as well as it could have for them. I mean, overall, I think that double duelist, that double dive comp worked out more or less flawlessly for them as Nova find themselves on the back foot once again, coming into the second series of stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, a dominant win from DRG here. Nova not quite able to find their footing either, and more importantly, struggling to stop that Neon Waylay combo that DRG consistently seem to be running nowadays. So going into, you know, the next map of Haven, they might continue to do that. And if DRG are able to use Life and Spirit as effectively as they have so far, I'm not too sure if Nova can stop them there either.
Yeah, I mean, and it's going to be honestly even more scary simply because of the fact that the maps we're going into are 3-site maps. It's even more attack sighted than a map like Breeze. I mean, you can at the very least, especially with the use of a Viper, get away with stopping a lot of these double dive comps. But I mean, these 3-site maps are just going to be a lot more difficult to hold for Nova if they're struggling to do it on Breeze as well. So they've definitely got to get something together here. Some excellent shots though, mechanically, certainly been the difference maker from the side of DRG, and I can't wait to see how that continues coming into this the future of this series.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to point out is that it did look like DRG individually were just better because Flexi was doing stuff like that. Just absurd things. I mean, we were seeing shots that did not look real. Yes, of course, players from Nova like Guan here did have their moments, but overall it looked like Nova were just having a tough time taking those fights. Individual fights, yes, they're bad, but even if they won them often enough, it can work out. I mean, we see teams like FPX and teams like AG, especially, at least in this region, take these individual fights that are bad on paper that they'll... Let's listen to the comms for a second.
OK， 就慢慢打就行了。我们把自己的战术、自己的默认、自己的枪架好，没问题。把东西做好，我们战就赢了，好吗？这是比赛，兄弟。什么叫手软，兄弟？没有不存在的，听到没，兄弟们？收到，收到。Let's go！Let's 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 go！
80 兄弟80。
發先，喂，發先 ready？
back side。上樓。
哎，發先啦。
Full blind。
behind you。
2v2 now。
墙扫吧，墙半墙。
我们的气质收。哦，不是
过来了。
天过来。
USB 他就 USB。
两发。Let's go man！Let's go！
底下我们能清他吗？
快到，
村长有，中路
，nice 底线，
进后门
，nice， 进家
，CD，
了
，nice，let's go！ 哇，布勒西怎么这么准啊？
运气不好，没办法，兄弟，只能秒他了。
完了，
我运气不好，兄弟。
And we discussed this during the match just a little bit, but Life certainly the one with the most life overall throughout the series. So, I mean, that's definitely, just kind of like the hype man for the team. And, like I said, for good reason, just simply because of the fact that it kind of just seems like he was all over the place, just sliding all over the place on Neon. I mean, I literally think that Life pretty much is the embodiment of a Neon player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was using the space that Spirit got so effectively. More than the space that he got, he was using the distraction that Spirit was so effectively. Wherever Spirit was creating so much commotion and drawing so much attention, Life was on the other side. When Spirit went A main, Life was at door. When Spirit went elbow, Life was at door. When Spirit went door, Life was behind them. It was so nice to watch these two players not playing together, sort of trading off each other, but instead acting as distractions for each other to get these rounds so cleanly. And yeah, like I said, if you're a team like AG and you're individually talented to the point where you can win these disadvantages 1v1s, that's one thing. But I think Nova need to recognize that their tendency to take these 1v1s is causing them so much trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's sort of just a kind of strategy, the kind of fundamentals that are really only going to be fixed by continuing to iterate, continuing to scrim and practice and stuff like that, and recognizing that they're making the mistakes first, which, I mean, to an extent, we don't really know if they necessarily do recognize that, but you would hope so, and you'd hope that they kind of working on iterating and continuing to work on these things. And we look at the stats here. We talked about Life. I mean, yeah, 20 and 15. Vokashu also doing incredibly well on Omen. I mean, really the entirety of DRG just were kind of on their stuff throughout the game. But on Nova, Guang had some excellent shots there on Jet, especially with those op lines. Honestly, to some extent, I think the only reason why DRG were able to break those op lines was because of the double dive comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really just comes out of the fact that Nova did not really have a good answer for that double dive comp, that Neon Relay comp. And that is, I think, the fear that you would have going into this next map, because presumably DRG are going to play the same thing. They look really good on it. They look really good and they look really comfortable on that composition. So if Nova are not able or have not gone through enough footage to be able to stop that when it comes to it, I'm not too confident going into Haven either.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And the big thing about kind of this playing these meta picks right here is that it becomes predictable. So I think that is the one advantage that Nova has. If they can understand how to play against these double dive comps and understand the weaknesses, you know, even though obviously there's really not a whole lot of them, given that it is the meta pick, I do think that they can kind of tend to squeeze out these little victories here and there if they can really take advantage of DRG's weaknesses here with this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is map 1, 13-5, a dominant win from DRG. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have map 2, Nova's pick of Haven.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
And we are back I mean, look, a really interesting map one there from DRG, just having a whole lot of success on that kind of reinvention that we talked about, that story there of this team trying to kind of experiment with different things gameplay wise, and it certainly seemed to work out there for them on map 1 against Nova. We come into map 2 of Haven, and like I said, we were talking about a 3-site map. Their attack side was super effective, and we look at agent select here, and similar situation, almost literally like the same comp as what we saw in Breeze, except without the oh my god, no, Omen was there. Who are they missing?
I think
Who
it
do they
was
swap out with
without
Cypher?
yeah, we do have a Cypher. That's a bit of an interesting pick. We don't really see Cypher much in pro play anymore, especially since they really gutted his trips. But Kashu really confident that he can get some value out of it here against Swags, and he has been historically a great Cypher. That's him returning back to the agent that he's most comfortable with as we start to head into this Haven. But we still see that Sky, Wele, Neon trio combo here, and if Nova try to deal with it the same way they did last time with individual peaks and trying to, just fight them, I don't know if that's gonna work.
Yeah, and I mean, look, really the entire Sentinel class was more or less gutted with the patch coming out, pretty much nerfing like literally everyone. And so it's just overall, I mean, a lot of the conversation surrounding Valorant and the meta has just kind of been, hey, like pretty much every class is in a rough spot right now except the duelists and maybe the controllers. So like it's sort of just rough playing Sentinel. It's a rough life. It's a hard knock life for them. So it's going to be interesting, especially like you said with the Cypher coming out here, how that ends up being approached. I can't wait because, and honestly, in large part, I still do think a Sentinel is very necessary on a 3-site map like Haven, just because you need to be able to trip these, certain chokes like Garage and stuff like that. And so it's super necessary. So that's why both sides are going to opt to have a Sentinel. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait. So map 2 on the cards here. Here we go. DRG looking to close it out early on the attack side. And honestly, to me, this is kind of the side that they want here with this comp. That's a good start there. Oh my goodness.
Quick start though. Well, 1-for-1 Life getting that trade somewhat to equalize here. But, they're still hanging out outside B here.
And they just kind of back up here. DRG understanding that they had plenty of time to work with. They can kind of just explore the map as they please and really just trying to take map control back. You can see, yes, there's a trip, but there really could be anyone, anywhere. Someone could be up long. So they're just re-clearing that space. But at the same time, Nova's doing the same thing. They're re-clearing that mid space, making sure no one's up so they have that info as to where DRG might be. And I think, honestly, the solution is, hey, they're either A or C right now. And you can see noise being made over on A. Nova, really, at this point, going to have to just opt for a retake.
Yeah, I mean, as the plan goes down, Nova did start taking some space, but didn't really quite commit to it, instead opting to go for a full retake here, and Life is a bit stuck. He doesn't even have the ability to get out here. He does manage to somehow do so with the help of Flexin and that smoke, but still, Nova are in a tough position for this retake. A is a notoriously difficult side to retake, and Nova are just going to try and run themselves in. It's a good reveal, but Kashu gets 1 against 2, and Zirk, Autumn gets 1. It's Life, and Nick against Autumn. Life finishes it off.
Yeah,
it's
and
a
Life,
tough start.
Oh my god. Yeah, tough start for Nova, but it was really close. Life, honestly, had barely any health to spare. So that came really down to the wire. Honestly, if we had just seen like a little bit of spam or something like that, we could have seen something. Yeah, and it was a nice shot. Honestly, the formula there I liked from Nova overall. That early, the early fight, the first blood, utilizing that neon. I mean, not the neon. I mean, I think overall that's honestly the right thing to do.
Okay.
Vokashu though.
Okay.
Just shutting it down. Oh my goodness. I can't even play the game.
Don't even bother showing up to play. It's okay, because Wakashu is going to make sure you go all the way back. Doesn't quite land the shot onto Azir though, and the rest of the team not really getting it either. But look at the amount of space Nova has still taken, and look at the amount of space that Spirit has taken. Life alongside him. They've just gotten C, and Wakashu's ready for this fight.
Oh
and
my.
if he's not, well, Flexin is.
Yeah, that cross setup in spawn is so dangerous there. But one shot landed from Guang, looking for another. He's just gonna cross over into spawn. It's being watched. There's a timing coming out, but doesn't actually manage to get anything else. And honestly, some good damage, but still 4 players surviving.
Really only 1 kill there. A bit of a few armor rebuys, but that's not really going to be enough to break the bank of DRG, who had a really relatively clean anti-eco here. However, going into this next round though, this is the big one. This is the big round of this half. Nova have to win this round if they want to keep this game. Their map pick, by the way, competitive.
Yeah, it's very true. And I do think that this bonus round is sort of like the real test, right? If you can manage
Good start.
yeah, that's a great start. And that Outlaw getting a whole lot of value. Their entry is over in the site and is just going to go ahead and refract, but it's going to gain information. They're now aware of where a lot of these players are, and they're also aware, more importantly, that this is the strong side for Nova. There's 3 players over on this site, and DRG are just getting the heck out of there.
Yeah, a pivot into B right now could be an incredibly strong move. There's only really 1 person, Guan, and 1 really piece of Sentinel utility in the form of a Molly here. It might be difficult for them to hold. Now though, they have a bit of a reinforcement here.
Yeah.
Spamming his bullets. Can't quite find one. Instead taken out by Azir. Green gets one of his own. Did they line up? They did not. Thankfully, Azir managed to get another one, and it's a good round for Nova. A clean round, I should say, for Nova.
And that's exactly what the doctor ordered there. They have, they maintain 4 players there. I honestly think that's huge for them, just because of the fact that they're able to, keep guns, keep rifles. They're able to build their economy. What a great shot from Swagzor on the beginning of the round. And honestly, I think the confidence to take these first bloods is in large part what they were missing on Breeze. So glad to see them kind of making that change there. Glad to see the confidence is sort of up, and just kind of the ability to get these kills on the Neon is a big difference maker.
A huge difference maker, and Nova don't want to give this half up and let DRG run away with the game like they did the last map. So this, they want to keep that momentum up where both sides have guns now. The massive round.
And DRG kind of just poking and prodding at A. Now this is just going to be the strong side for Nova. And here we go. Entry is there.
Caught.
But it's so
Absolutely
good. Green
caught.
with the trade, but these players are low. They're just kind of holding the lines here. Oh my.
They're walking into a firing squad. He only manages to get 1 before he's traded out. Spirit gets a second one. Wakashu gets 1 too. It's all of a sudden they find themselves in a 1v1. With Swag all the way still at B. The neural theft is gonna give his position up so easily for Wakashu to reposition. It's gonna come down to this.
Honestly, I don't know how in the world DRG managed to get this to a 1v1 situation, but Swagzor has got something to say about it, manages to clutch that round, grabs the kill, and is absolutely excited. Yep. That's the kind of confidence that they need to build. They need to keep doing it.
Oh, he's back up.
And he's up. He's standing up. He's got something to say to the other team. It's not over yet.
Bit of a rivalry between the 2 Russian imports for both teams there. As he stands up a second time. I've only really... is that a new trend? I saw something to it, but wow. Don't let them fight.
Yeah. They just need to maintain this kind of, this good mental though, this confidence. It's so much more of a crucial factor than a lot of people originally anticipate in these sorts of games. Confidence is ultimately what is honestly going to directly kind of influence the way you're playing here. So, I mean, this is it's a good entry from DRG here, and that's a good shot. Guang finding one. Waylay's here. Refract is there as well. And here comes the Neon ult. Swagzor just in. I mean, it is absolute pandemonium on the site.
After all that chaos, after all that dust settles, we're left with a 3v3 with Bokashu. Ooh, gone. And Spirit's taken out as well, and Azir, he's coming in for the kill here. He gets the first one, he gets the second one, and that's the round done. It's 3-2 for the first time since the first round of Breeze. Nova find themselves ahead.
Yep, and they have got to be feeling good about that. This is their map pick, this is their domain, so to speak, and they want to make that known. They want to continue to just build this momentum over and over, just like DRG did in the previous maps. So, I mean, look, as much as the round differential was kind of just super wide on Breeze, I think this is sort of a situation where DRG are just feeling a little bit threatened right now. It's kind of part of the reason why they're going to opt to take this time out here. Nova honestly are feeling a lot better, as you can see. I mean, just even on their facial expressions, I think overall they're just sort of, you know, a little bit more cool, calm, collected, a little bit more confident in their looks here, while DRG are just sort of kind of in a way lost, trying to figure out how to approach these attack rounds, especially given the fact that they are an attack with this comp on a 3-site map.
Yeah, absolutely. And the key change in Nova seems to be that they are way more drilled on this map in how to deal with that double dive duelist composition. They're much more patient, they're playing together better, and they're playing further back on these sites in angles that won't be exposed to that diving in Waylay, to that sliding in Neon, to that Sky Flash, and that is getting them just that edge they need to have won 3 rounds in a row. Now though, it's another buy round for both sides. Swag, that op might come in handy.
Oh yeah, these op lines are especially dangerous on Haven, so curious to see how this ends up working out here, and it can really be especially powerful in the hands of a Neon, who's kind of just one of those duelists who can get in and get out. Okay, but Azir finds an early pick. That's a first blood, a crucial one. And DRG now find themselves once again on the back foot early.
Big mistake from the side of DRG to just be sitting behind that smoke instead of being in cover. Their Spirit getting caught out as a result. They're walking into that op.
And I mean, Info trying to just be gathered here and see this defense side is sort of just in a situation where they're poking and prodding, trying to understand where exactly DRG's spread is, where exactly the spike is. And you can see, if you look at the mini map, there's kind of 2 players on the complete opposite sides here. Smoke is going to come out, and I believe the intention here is to just go ahead and fake the site. Swagzor, though, finds one, gets full flash, and is looking to just get out. But Flexing
on the other
the
side
kill.
of C, they're getting, it's a huge fight. Flexing gets one, Green gets the trade. Does he expect Wukashu to push up? He doesn't quite get it done. But Autumn is there to reinforce the side. Nick, now the sole member of DRG on the opposite side of where his spike is.
Yeah, world of pain here over on the A side. He's just going to opt to go ahead and save that weapon, and the full shield there is really, there's no chance of getting back in here. So DRG once again losing another round here. Nova find themselves 2 up, and I mean, I continue to talk about momentum. Nova starting to look a little bit dangerous here.
Looking extremely dangerous, and more importantly, they're looking calm, and their shots are hitting. They're looking better individually and as a team. And honestly, they're looking significantly better on this map than DRG are, who look relatively lost a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the reason for that, in large part, is just because of the fact that, I mean, DRG are just losing a man early, and honestly, most of these rounds. You can see some sort of player on Nova is just able to consistently get a pick. Jiggle Peak coming out there from Autumn, and this could be real dangerous. You're playing with fire. I mean, it's a Marshall, but still. Trailblazer coming out over in Garage and doesn't really find a whole lot. flash coming out as well. Not gonna find anything, but information gathered as well. Autumn just sitting there. What a shot!
Oh, so clean. The crosshair, perfect. He's so ready for the push up alongside that wall. It does seem to be a fight at B here to end up at B. But with so much KJ utility here, it might not even matter. Nick does manage to get the first one before he's traded out. Wokashu gets one as well. All of a sudden, it's a 3v3. The early advantage gone. Nick's another one. Great flash followed by a fantastic peek to get themselves ahead. But look at Wokashu. Look at how far he is. Look at this fight. It's all over the place. That's the spike. What is he doing?
It's the spike. What is going on? And that now the round has, I mean, the tide has turned completely. Swagzor literally the only one to stand and has an op. But actually, I don't think he's watching Garage. He gets caught out.
What a chaotic and confusing spike. A round that even Life seems to be perplexed by.
And Life is just, he's hype. But I mean, that could have gone from bad to worse so quickly. Excellent shot there from Autumn. I mean, excellent shot from a lot of these players. That was a great use of the flash there as well from Nick. But I mean, for the spike to be left there in that situation, that right there is honestly, that's a blunder.
Shocking round. Why would he even rotate? He had B. But it's done. They won the round. They're still back in. There's 4-3, and Spirit wants to be a menace, wants to be annoying, and he doesn't quite make it as Azir just ignores him.
Uh-oh.
But unfortunately, ignoring him may have been the wrong move. He gets 2. And out through as well. Look at Green. He's so slow, but he still manages to get one. It's not onto the 5 HP Spirit, but onto Flex it instead. He gets fully healed there. So 2v3. The site is there. The plot is going to go down on this same side this time. And there's a big retake. They do have that lockdown. Do they want to use it to get this? They don't quite. They're just going to walk in here with this wall.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Spirit wants the ace here. And he's going to get it. He will not be denied. Spirit with an ace. And he is up from his seat. He is excited. And DRG, as quickly as they fell behind, they seem to be taking their crown back.
I mean, you can't even blame us here. The right thing to do there is to ignore the waylay that's diving in and focus on the people that's coming behind them. But this round, Spirit said, oh, you cannot ignore me. You cannot ignore me because I will kill your whole team.
Absolutely. And that is really the strength of the duelist class in general. Just being able to have that constant pressure overall on these players. Just the ability for Spirit to get those 2 kills, push, like literally dash up into window, get a kill, get another one over in CT, and then use the convergent paths in the backside of C to get another, and even still just literally sit on logs. It's a constant pressure. So I mean, it's just honestly a really important thing. That's what won them the rounds, what got Spirit the ace. And now Nova taking this timeout, trying to find something to stop this momentum.
Yeah, I mean, the previous round from DRG was so effective. They won 2 rounds off of that. I think they were told to be a reminder that they are to be confident, to play the game with that confidence, and to understand that they can dive in. They have the comp to just dive in, that they're playing too slow. And on this side, on the side of Nova, it has to be the other way around, to understand that they need to slow down a little bit, to let them dive in and then play your own game rather than trying to meet them at the pace that they are running.
Absolutely true. I mean, now all of a sudden we're at like a tie score here. And of course, Nova in a situation where they're on an eco. So I mean, if we're just taking it at face value here, DRG expected to win this round.
Okay.
But Guang has got something to say about expectations with an excellent shot to start out.
A dive in, a plant, and a hold here. An interesting and active hold from the side of DRG. Not choosing to all stay on site, but instead take as much space as possible. Prevent any flanks, prevent any unnecessary losses. That's a great peek from Spirit. He does get the saturate, but he doesn't quite make it work. Flexin though catches Green, slow down, and Nick. They're about to clean up, and they do very, very easily. DRG 3 rounds in a row to take the lead once again.
And I love the way DRG were able to entry into B, but understood that they didn't really need to necessarily play on site all that much. They maintained control of the other extremities. They literally just played back, played for the spam, knew that Nova were on an eco and would kind of just have to literally peek into them with worse weaponry overall. And so they took advantage of that fact, and that spam was kind of just all that was needed, more or less. And so now all of a sudden they take their lead back. They've got 3 rounds in a row.
No one need to get themselves back in here. This is their buy round now. If they lose this, they're going to have to save. And as DRG try to take some space towards A, Nova are happy to give it up.
And one thing I want to point out from DRG that they've been doing particularly well, they've really been matching Nova's pace as far as like the confidence and the swings and getting the kills, but also they know when to tone it back as well. They really have a good idea of calculated aggression. And I think that's a really important point here within these sort of double dive comps, because if you're able to do that, you'll end up having a lot of success. Swagzor now having to get out of the site. You can see that aggression right there to start off. It's going to force these op angles off. And now, once they get the spike down, they can chill out. They don't have to keep aggressing.
Yeah, once his spike is down, that op actually starts to become a bit more of a liability than a help. That retake becomes significantly hard, especially on that Neon. And with the lockdown down as well, time ticks away. Everybody's funneling into this corner. Does Nova have something for it? They do not. And as they rush back onto site, there's that op again. I mean, it's a liability on this retake. He doesn't have time to pull it out. Life gets 4.
Life!
Nick, the 5th, but that's all. It took a quick shutdown from the side of DRG.
I mean, Life has just simply been the X factor. We mentioned how that was sort of the win condition for either of these teams, and Life has just literally been on an absolute roll in both of these maps. He is 13-6, Cats.
Unreal from him, and I mean, he has been so fearless. At the level of fearlessness you need from that Neon, he has it in spades. But this is a much better way to play with a scoped weapon here. Unfortunately though, he is pushed back.
True, and now DRG finding themselves at 6. 2 rounds ahead, looking to continue that momentum that they've built so far. But this is where the Sentinel is for Nova. Can they be stopped? That's the question. They are on another eco round, so another round that you'd expect DRG to win. Bokushu finds one, and the Neural Thef's going to get popped as well. It's going to spot out Guang. It's going to spot out the 2 players on the site.
So ready for all forms of aggression. Okay. Life can just get that. He can just get that. He's just gonna dive in. He's just gonna take it himself. It's fine. It's no problem. Azir finally manages to get a kill, but it's a 4v2. Everybody on A side is dead, and Flexin is already in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, Life is just continuing his reign of terror right now. A slide and a 1-tap to the face. Guang not able to do a dang thing defending that A site. And at this point, Azir just going to opt to save the Vandal that he's managed to pick up and try to use it, do something here. And now DRG finding themselves in a situation where they guarantee themselves a lead at the half. They were down by 2. And they're not even going to be able to keep the Vandal. So all rifles are down. And I was going to say it's just a consolation, but that consolation isn't even there at this point. It is looking...
It is.
Oh, man.
Dominant. I mean, it's looking dominant from DRG. I think it started out with Nova showing so much promise, but I mean, how do you fight this? How are you supposed to stop that? I'm not even sure I blame Nova for that round, because that is unreal from both Life and Spirit to get both of those skills so fast, dashing in, getting those kills, and then being taking that whole side so quickly. Now though, and you're right, look, they've slowed it down yet again. They don't let the success of the previous round push them to unnecessary aggression.
Right. I mean, they don't have a whole lot of info over at A. A is the strong side right now. But the other thing that I want to particularly point out is Nova aren't really able to go for these first bloods as much because DRG now are simply just playing these 5-man takes. Flashes out. Green manages to find a kill onto Spirit, who's dashing out. So that's a great first pick, but life is in B.
That's that distraction that we were talking about again, using the conversion paths and ultimate to you as a distraction. Spirit lands on his head, doesn't quite get the kill, but it doesn't matter. His team can just go B because he knows, they know that that is enough to get this done. And now Nick, it's distractions on distractions on distractions. Nova have no idea where to look. They're just completely stuck between a rock and DRG.
Absolutely. DRG managing to collect a string of rounds towards the end of the half and gain themselves on an 8-4. I mean, like, it sort of towards the beginning of the game seemed like Nova was building enough momentum to potentially get themselves at least 6 rounds, but they don't even manage that. It's unfortunate for them. And that was honestly an excellently played mid-round overall. I'm a big fan of the way DRG played that because they were able to sort of just fake the pressure over onto A while allowing Life to take space on B. And once enough space was taken, and especially the pick that Life managed to get, they literally just used the Omen ult to teleport right over there, get the spike down, and they played the post plant more or less flawlessly. So, I mean, especially with that kind of insert from Nick over on A, it worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, that's how you want to be playing these 3-side maps. This is why I love watching teams play in the professional leagues, Haven and Lotus, because you get to see these sorts of mid-rounding where you can have a team hit a site and then collapse on it from multiple angles and really play with the heads of the enemies here. Is that a cucumber thing?
I think so. I believe so. I mean, look, I think Nova they're certainly on the back foot once again, but this is definitely a much better situation than they found themselves in on Breeze. And I mean, look, an 8-4 half is certainly, we've seen plenty of 8-4 comebacks in our day. Now, of course, Nova in a situation where they're the ones on attack, you know, honestly, arguably the preferable side on this map. So I'm kind of excited to see the way they approach this coming into the pistol. I would personally say that winning the pistol for Nova is sort of a win condition for them.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down 4 to 8, you need as many rounds as you can, and winning a pistol is typically, unless you really mess it up, is worth 2 rounds, and that could be a 6-8 half start to this half for Nova, and without it, it would be a 4-10 start to this half for DRG. So they absolutely do want this, and they're gonna start with DRG pushing all the way up and taking so much space in A main, which allows Spirit and Mokashu to push out and get that kill. And look at Life. Oh, he's already out. Oh, he's already out and ready to fight. And he gets a thing. Okay.
He's on that tear. Oh my
he gets
goodness.
He doesn't get it. On him. Spag sword.
No way.
He gets 2 from garage window.
How in the world has DRG managed to turn this one around? Paranoia is too good. These players trying to play it together as much as possible. Spam coming out. Flexin landing that last kill. But Volkashu's ability to just sit in garage on that Cypher, grab 2, even after that insane shot that we saw earlier. I mean, that was so impressive. That's an early pick there, that first blood. I mean, look at this. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it is unreal shots from both sides. DRG unfortunately coming out, at least unfortunately for Nova, coming out on top of that round there. Ooh, this is looking tough now for Nova. They need to win this thrifty. And you can see with what they've bought, they're really buying into this. They know they don't have much of a choice other than to win this round.
Right. And that win condition, like I said, not quite being met there. That pistol round not going their way. The spam's coming out and Vokashu finding a kill. Just at this point, literally just has to play his life. The sky heals are coming out. We might actually see a C hit here.
Quincy.
Oh, yeah.
They do have that side for themselves, so DRG happy to play this post plant. How much can they do?
A good question. And I mean, I feel like this retake is just going to be so rough for DRG to get in. I mean,
oh, look at Swag. He doesn't quite manage to find one. He does manage to find one there, though. After he gets his own green. Wakashu, Spirit, they're all taking turns. It's a 2v2. The numbers are bad for the side of Nova in terms of health, and they go down cleanly. It's such a good double peak from the side of DRG.
Yeah, but honestly, all things considered, I really don't think it was that bad of an anti-eco from Nova. I mean, look, they were able to get that spike. They were able to get that spike down, and they were actually able to get it to a point where it was a 2v2. So they got a decent amount of guns off too. They're really not going to be in a horrible position coming into this next gun round. But I mean, I say that, but the score line is 4-10. So I mean, in that sense, of course, they are still 100%, not in a great position, but you know, if we want to look at the bright side for them, I do think that they have a decent chance coming into this gun round here. You can see, DRG.
Fortunately, though, they did force buy after he lost in the pistol as well. So now they're forced to go into an eco. You can see the buy on the side of Nova looking abysmal. Swagso, though, what a position to have gotten yourself into. Do DRG expect? Yep, they expected it. Completely expected it. Pinged out. They're so aware of the possibility here.
Absolutely. They know what map control they do and do not have. And that right there is the difference. Is these little micro plays here. Look at that. Look at, oh my goodness. Okay. Crazy outlaw shot. Doesn't need to see them to kill them. He doesn't need to see them to kill them. He gets the first one. He gets the second one, but he does get the third one. And that's the round. Yeah.
Life does going out, taking out, caught a little bit flanking, but he's being collapsed on here, Autumn, and he's not gonna get much done. It's 4-11.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Yep, there you go. Nova.
I like the beard on him.
Yeah, I like it too. Nova, though, unable to really get anything after that string of rounds they had earlier in the game. DRG has found every single subsequent round. And honestly, Vokashu on this outlaw has just been so oppressive, even on the Cypher. It's been honestly quite insane. So we're gonna go into this next round. Life now sitting with an operator looking to peek over here. A turret. Oh my, what a shot from Guang. And Spirit finding another kill
he gets
too.
Both. It's a perfect saturate. The trades do come through. It's a 2v3. What a chaotic fight in mid that DRG don't come out on top of. A great win for the side of Nova.
Sure, but you can see Autumn really doesn't have a whole lot of health. Literally just 26 HP in a dream here. And ultimately, the other thing too is they don't have any map control. You can see they're literally still towards spawn and they're going to swing out of window. I'm not really sure. I mean, really the big thing here is Nick. Oh yeah, I was going to say if Nick is able to survive, maybe winnable, but now things are just very difficult for Vokashu. I mean, if there was anyone to do it, honestly, it would be him. He has been on a roll.
As he finds himself somewhat alone on site, he does try to step out of there.
Gage getting used there. Whole lot for him to do, and he's going to try to isolate fights as much as he possibly can. It's going to be so rough. Clearing the left side, looking for a peek, and they're all going to swing at once. Finds one, but Nova find themselves their first round since, literally the beginning of last half.
Yeah, and I mean, They need every round they can get. It's 5-11. I mean, this was an incredible saturate from Spirit. They're perfectly timed, expecting the slide from Swag, but Nova does come out on top here, but they still have a long way to go. 6-round deficit to make up.
Oh yeah.
我先去了。
Here we go. Now Nova on, sort of in a situation where their economy is actually better than DRG's. DRG pretty much full bought into that round. They had the op from life, all that stuff, and for them not to come out on top is pretty detrimental for them. So they find themselves in sort of a light buy / eco sort of situation. We see some Guardians, but we also do see some bandits and sheriffs and stuff like that. So they're gonna look to do some damage here. Slide coming out. Green finding one, and Swagzor just being an absolute nuisance here. Guang finding one. Vokashu finding the kills. How in the world has this happened?
Flexin, the only one left for the side of DRG after a mammoth battle in mid, takes out multiple members of both teams. They're walking back to A. They're going to where Flexin is. But Flexin doesn't know.
Oh no. Has no clue at all. The
Flexin doesn't
crowd
know.
giving it away, but it doesn't matter. Oh no.
What a mess of a round. But Nova are going to be happy to come out on top yet again. Another one on the board, down to just a 5-round deficit.
I mean, honestly, I'm not even too upset at DRG's attempt there. They did quite a good job, honestly, for them being on an eco like they were. For them to kind of just have that huge string of kills in mid. I believe, I'm not sure who it was. They had a sheriff, but literally got a wall bang or a collat of some sort. It ended up working out in their favor. Shots are coming out. Trade is there, and so is the spam. Nick gonna try to flash and go for a kill. Manages to get another, but the trade is virtually instant from Nova's side. Azir at 5 HP.
Extremely bold from Nick there, knowing that there's multiple members of Nova in A long and just still going for that peak. Even with the flash, I mean, that's courageous and doesn't quite work out for them. A 1-for-1 trade against the defender is always going to be better for the attacker.
Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, it's a 3v3, but these are kind of gonna be difficult given the fact that Sentinel is still alive. They have plenty of info. These trips are pretty much gonna give away where these players are going. We're gonna see plenty of detail. We're gonna see a smoke as well. Trip gets destroyed, and Nova are pretty much gonna have free reign of the B site, but the conversion pads being used from the shadow to get right out of there. They're gonna TP over to window, but Vokashu. Wait, Guang falls, and so does the alarm bot. That gives them the timing, and there we go. Vokashu finding a kill, and now all of a sudden, Autumn has to do it all and cannot do it.
Ah, perfect timing on the kill onto Guan. I can't believe he peeks there. Your KJ surely cannot be the first to die. Unfortunately, he does tend to be there. And that gives Vokashu the exact timing he needs. Yeah, this is a very, very brave beat from Nick.
I mean, yeah, like, this is sort of just it. Honestly, I love the use of the convergent paths there. Really just because it more or less forced these players to kind of just get off the site, lest you be dashed on and one tapped in the face by Spirit. I mean, it's kind of just one of those situations. It's the kind of pressure I keep talking about that these duelists are constantly exuding. And so, yeah, I mean, and honestly, the timing there for Guang to fall, and more or less just allow Vokashu to just kind of walk up and get that kill. That was honestly really, really rough for Nova overall. But of course, this is their last chance. Last timeout being used here. I would assume that Nova are gonna, in addition to kind of just sort of trying to get these players to calm down, I really think it's just gonna be some sort of set play here, something to just kind of get them around, at least try to build some sort of momentum here so they can at least make some sort of attempt at an overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of rounds that they're gonna have to win in a row. It's a massive hill that they still have to climb. 6 rounds in a row required from Nova just to get themselves into an overtime that they still have to win, but it'll be a start. If they can win 6 in a row, I think I'll favor them for the overtime. I'll say that.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Spam coming out here. Life understanding that some of these players are towards A, but they're all going towards short. They're about to enter right into the site. But Life has the line. He's ready and waiting, reloading the gun. That lockdown is gonna get popped.
He's gonna get this. He gets a dink, and the saturate goes out, but he doesn't quite get it. He can't be doing that. There's no way you think he's alone there. There's no way you think that he's alone there. Autumn gets caught out. Green gets one. It's all back to back. There's a knife kill. Where did that come from?
What in the world?
Green kills Nick, and now Wokashu finds himself alone. The plant's surely gonna go down. And around surely for the side of Nova. where was the knife kill?
I'm not even sure. I think it was on a player that got caught by the lockdown. To be perfectly honest, I really do think that DRG's kind of got a little bit ahead of themselves there. Just kind of not really understanding the situation they were in quite enough. The lockdown was popped. They were so far up that they kind of just weren't really able to do much given the kind of pressure that the lockdown was giving. And I understand the use of the dash there, but you know, the idea just kind of trying to
there it is.
the idea just trying to kind of
bored of shooting him,
right? Trying to get the players to sort of just you know, get a kill, maybe break the lockdown and allow the team to continue to defend the site. But it really just wasn't the play, just simply because of the fact that the entirety of Nova was just kind of sitting in lobby.
They're trying to push out of B here. They might not expect Spirit to be so far up, and Nick again. 3 sheriff kills.
How is this happening?
Unbelievable with his gun. Guan finds himself alone, and that's the game. It's 7-13 of an incredible push up mid by DRG. Dominant yet again across both maps against Nova here, who had a bit of a rough showing, to say the least.
I mean, dominant is the best way to say it. I really do think that, I mean, these players, Spirit, Life, just were absolutely on point. And even beyond that, I really think Nova just kind of weren't able to maintain their confidence that they were showing earlier in the game. It was rough for them. So Nova, unfortunately, not able to kind of, you know, get themselves that win that they're seeking, but they still have a little bit of time. They have time to iterate, to continue to learn, to adapt to the meta, and really just to kind of get themselves the confidence that they need to finally get a win. But overall, great job from DRG to be able to kind of just really take advantage of their strengths in the comps that they're playing, in the, you know, the ability, the skill of their duelists. It was really, really entertaining to see, and it was an absolute pleasure to see them get that win there.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're really coming into a great sort of synergy with this Waylay Sky and Neon combo. Of course, individually, they are incredible just in general, but this sort of synergy in this meta is going to be so important if they want to make a deep run in this stage, making it to Masters of London as well. You can see Wokashu thanking their mascot, who was maybe the most important person today.
Right? Yeah, and I mean, in large part, I honestly think, I mean, we keep talking about Spirit and Life, but I think Wokashu had an excellent series. I really do think that Wokashu was sort of that player that was sort of the sleeper agent in a lot of ways, where like you would see him on characters like Cypher, but I mean, ultimately was still getting a ton of value, not even necessarily with util, just literally with positioning and mechanics. And so I think overall those 3 players, Wokashu, Spirit, and Life, were really the X factors of this game. DRG was just, they were overall super on point in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, there are some silver linings to Nova here. But first, let's look at a quick little interview
获
here.
得了本场比赛的胜利。站在我身边的是来自 DRG 的福乐星选手。福乐星很明显看到今天你们解决了上一场比赛慢热的问题，并且一些临场的反应来的也是非常的快。
preparations
所以
did
在
you
上
guys
一场
make
首战
after
失利之
losing
后
the
回去
first
做了怎样
round?
的调整和复盘？今天带来了完全不一样的状态。
我觉得上一场比赛可能就是
Everyone hasn't played for a long time, so coming on
就上来可
time,
能
there was a lot of like unfamiliar, and they couldn't adjust super well, so they had to go back, and the coach told them to focus on it a little bit more.
强调了一些这种东西吧。
对，可能就是有点手生了。那今天看到你在微风岛屿的发挥也是非常不错，无论是残局的胜率，还是说你在包点烟边接人都很关键。能不能和大家分享一些你在包点接人，或者说
your thought
残局
process
处理
during
方面的思路和经验？
Really, people on side.
残局我觉得就是也没有什么
Because there wasn't a special thought process. It was just kind of whatever came into his mind he would do. He didn't want to overthink it. Just whatever you want to do, go do it.
你自己想怎么做你就去做。
要果断一点，更要自信一点。那虽然今天没有登场，但
You didn't play Mix today, but you played a lot of him last match. What are your thoughts on Mix's role in the new meta and in your team? This Mix is pretty suited to his team, but it didn't go too well the last time.
比赛就像我前面说的那样，我们大家上来一开始没有调整好，然后我自己
He wasn't able to face the pressures, so it looked like the agent wasn't super strong, but he thinks it's still it's got a lot of potential.
我觉得还是挺有潜力的。
没关系，还有很多的时间可以开发。那最后我们也知道，这赛季队内迎来了新的战友。
You guys have a new player life as the IGL. What do you think he's brought to the team?
我觉得来福首先他是一个很有经验的选手嘛，而且
He's very lively. He's very extroverted.
他很能捕捉到就我们
He really helps with the mood.
一个第一期啊
He gives a lot of energy to the rest of the team.
会给我们很多力量吧。他用他的言语，用他的行动。
无论游戏内还是游戏外，都给团队带来了很多的助力。那感谢。
That's all for the interview. It's time for the prize draw.
我们也设有福能掉落的抽奖环节，在比赛期间，现场将随机抽选幸运的观众来获赠游戏资产。
Yeah. So, I mean, fantastic from the side of DRG there. As you can see, I mean, you were telling it too. Life is the life of this team.
Yeah, 100%. I think that overall, part of that interview with Flexen is I think he talked about a few things. So obviously, yes, life was 100% the life of the team. Brought so much value on that duelist play in addition to Spirit. And you can see literally their Spirit just 100% able to kind of just get in there and get a ton of value with the Waylay. And I talked about how that would be one of the win conditions for them, and it certainly was. But overall too, I mean, I think the entire team was just kind of on the same page, and that's also what gave them the win. The other thing I kind of want to talk about too is his conversation about Mix. How, I mean, like we had kind of discussed, Mix was, you know, it was more or less DRG playing it was kind of just one of the first time that Mix had been seen in pro play in general. And while I think that, you know, it's certainly a fair point that Mix kind of struggles to deal with pressure a lot of the time, I do think that you might honestly find a decent bit of value as teams continue to iterate and continue to practice with that agent and sort of as he comes into his own. So I'm kind of curious to see how that ends up working out, kind of coming into the future of this stage and future of really the pro scene in general.
稳扎稳打，好吧。我脸上有一个，我脸上有一个，我黑了，我黑了，慢点，
别摸你，别摸你，别包里有 Piper，别急，包里有包点，
别打，跟我，
很难这，看没枪的，
来，谁进来了？
我能奶推一下，啊，个白，
两个，
个白，我刚刚等你不对，没烟了，
他没有 slide 了，没有 slide，no slide， 没滑铲。
just 对。 Nice，我直接加2楼。
学下，我给强进，
我有一个鸟飞机，
有鸟吗？对，
来闪光3、2、1，爆了，白了。
右边，直右边，马可在右边，凯哥的包点后
，Let's go，就是石凯兄弟，绝吧你们！
And there we go. So yeah, Team Comms clearly, I mean, like they're so hyped. They're so excited to just literally even just be playing the game. And I think that's honestly the best way to approach it. If you're having fun, you are going to be honestly in a much better position than a lot of other teams would be. So honestly, I feel like that's a big part of the reason why DRG was able to win. And I mean, overall, I think another big part was just the fact that, you know, I mentioned it during the game, they were really able to match Nova's pace with the aggression really, really well. But, you know, in contrast, they were able to kind of do it a little bit more calculated. So they understood perfectly when to push up fast with those double duelists, with those double dive. But at the same time, as soon as they got the spike down or were in a situation where they knew they needed to chill out, they knew exactly when to do it, and they pretty much approached that perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Wakashu had an incredible game as well. We were talking about how we wanted to see him return to the form a little bit, and it's definitely returning to form. 256 ACS with 20 kills on the board. And I was trying to say it a little bit earlier. I mean, there is some silver lining for Nova here in the form of, you know, you've got Autumn kind of returning to form a little bit, as well as Guan, who had a bit of a rough game on KJ, but had a really genuinely good game on Breeze, on Jet, even though overall it didn't look like a very strong showing from Nova. Unfortunately, though, that continues their winless run, and they're gonna have to kind of pull themselves together a little bit if they wanna stay competitive within that group Omega, that's full of really strong teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, really strong teams. And I mean, there's really, like we said before the match even started, there's really not a whole lot of time to iterate before you're kind of just out of contention, right? I mean, and even with 2 losses, they're sort of putting themselves in a position where they're really gonna have to win the rest of the maps in the stage if they want any chance of, you know, making it over and qualifying. So it's pretty rough for them, and to lose both matches in the way that they did is honestly quite unfortunate. Nick also doing quite well. I mean, I don't really think Steven. Yeah, I mean, like, we didn't really talk a whole lot about Nick, but I feel like a lot of these players on DRG, you know, aside from just the clear, like, you know, sort of just pure impact duelist, you know, like Spirit, are sort of just kind of sleeper agents, right? Like Nick did incredibly well, like playing the role of Sky. You know, Vokashu did incredibly well playing the role of Cypher. So I think that was kind of just like what gave them, you know, the leg up. It's just these players really knew, they settled into their role incredibly well, and that's super, honestly, it was entertaining to see.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So that is DRG versus Nova, a 2-0 clean win for DRG, 13-5 on Breeze and 13-7 on Haven. We didn't quite get to see that Lotus, but
unfortunate.
Looking good for DRG, though. They have a really good chance of making a really deep run here. Sure, they lost to XLG. That's a very strong team. But, I mean, top 4 in this group is certainly within reach for DRG.
Oh. And as stage 1 continues, it's kind of clear to see that there are some teams that are really strong. You just talked about XLG. They are incredible. So yeah, XLG is super good. DRG looking better and better as the stage continues. So it's going to be really entertaining to see Fun Plus Phoenix versus All Gamers up next on the cards. I absolutely can't wait to see that one, but that is pretty much going to be it. My name is Nobi. That was Kets. thank you so much for casting with me. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it. We'll see you on the other side.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady, yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite.
Hello, you beautiful, wonderful people. Welcome back to the second match of today's VCT CN. My name is Mike, and I'm back here with my boy Rigger. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello. I'm excited. Big game. We have FPX versus All Gamers today. FPX had a bit of a shaky start to their split, losing to, I think it was JDG, and AG also coming in off of, I think, the back of one of their first wins. I think I'm super excited for this. This team has a lot of proven potential, making their first official with a lot of roster changes, and FPX is always a team that always is running sort of short on getting that Cinderella run that they need, but it's going to be a very exciting endeavor today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we actually casted the first game. As you said, it was FPX versus JDG. FPX, after looking dominant on some parts of some maps, they unfortunately lost. And we're talking about how it's a pretty big disadvantage, because already losing that first one, considering you're in a group with teams like, for example, AG, which in this case, well, it's going to be today's game. Well, it's going to be pretty tough, especially considering that, well, AG, not only have they been to internationals, they went to the most recent one in Santiago in Chile, but they've actually managed to, even though it was maybe not that convincing, they managed to get an upset. So this is a team where you're like, okay, even in internationals, this team can actually, in parts at least, hold their own.
Yeah, I think the big upset was Gentlemates, which is I think it's massive because Gentlemates at the time was being credited by a lot of analysts and casters as being arguably the tournament-winning team, right? And AG comes through, puts China's name on the board there, which is pretty interesting. There's a conversation currently going on about how the only team that has survived the championship curse was EDG. So they won champs, and also they've been relevant. Even though they're not winning, they've been relevant in actually putting up a performance or have bucked that Masters trend. So FPX versus JDG, they have a new IGL, they have a new, I think, duelist player. So Kovac and Bentley respectively. Kovac coming from formerly Vitality to fill that IGL role in place of where Life, the void that Life left open.
Exactly, and we got to talk about the new IGL, Kovac, the Swiss guy, so an import, and you're normally like, okay, well, for it to be an import, this guy's got to be good. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see exactly how good he is, at least not on the first map, so FPX is really, their goal today is to show that they can actually compete with teams like All Gamers, who have actually done or had a change as well since going to Santiago, which in this case will be Septem going into the team.
Yeah, I think Septem was the assistant coach, and in a very I'll do it myself sort of way, he comes in and is going to take up the mantle in that main roster. Speaking of imports, Fangir, or speak of imports and rookie seasons, All Gamers have 2 rookies on their team, which is Fangir and IMGRQ coming from Ascension as well. So definitely pretty exciting, yeah.
But don't forget that even though they're rookies, they've already gone to an international. So when it comes to maybe things like pressure or mentality going into a game like this, it seems like, at least so far, they are the ones that are favored. FPX, yes, they have gone to internationals before, but that has already been quite a while. And I actually didn't check it before, but out of the players that are currently in FPX's roster, I don't know how many of them have actually been to an international. So AG, at least when it comes to the mentality and to experience, seems to be favored here.
Yeah, but hopefully, I think it depends on how the meta goes and what these teams have a read of the meta is. Because if you guys are watching Masters from across the world, you're seeing that a lot of teams are still figuring it out. They don't quite have an understanding of what they want to play stylistically versus what is the strongest idea here. A lot of teams completely bucking that Yoru and removing it from their roster. The changes were just a bit too much for them to pick up. But All Gamers is a team that is very, very confidence driven and very, very comfort oriented. So maybe they might resort back to that old meta, the meta that I think is still very, very relevant. But yeah, we have the head-to-head, Shrimp versus Kovac. Kovac was a standout for sure. Kovac was definitely a stand-up from the last series. I think he was the ace for 2 out of the 3 maps that they 2 out of the 3 maps that they played. Taking that fragging IGL role a bit seriously and not necessarily giving his team the win in the grand scheme of the round score, but definitely in a lot of the individual gunfights, Kovac was a definite shooter. And eyes on All Shrimp, or eyes on All Gamer Shrimp, with the KD of 1.7 as well. So finding a lot of value in their similar agent pool as well.
Yeah, usually we look at comparisons between the top fraggers or the duelists. In this case, they had just basically the same map pool. And now we see the difference between Young and Kira. Once again, 2 players that, especially Young, he had on playing Viper, which you can see on the bottom here, was one of his agents in that previous match. Sometimes looking like an absolute beast. If I'm correct, he had this, I believe it was Young had the 1v3 spray down clutch, right? Which was absolutely incredible. And apart from that, even though you can see, well, what is the difference between 195 and 194 ACS? So once again, 2 players where you feel like they're on equal footing.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to note here is it's similar map pools as well. We spoke about how Yoru got bucked and potentially it's going to be an indication of the meta going forward, where Sentinels have become a lot more relevant. So Young picking the Viper Killjoy, his picked agents, but Kira picking Viper Cypher, two completely different styles of Sentinel gameplay, but very, very similar in role and impact. So keep an eye out for those two players. Young definitely a prolific player in a lot of the rounds. They just small mistakes cost them the JDG game. That's the big thing for FPX. Small mistakes cost them the JDG game. While all gamers potentially have that Masters buff, you know, a little bit of a confidence boost, taking a map or taking a series off of arguably one of the best teams in the world at the time in Gentamates, it's Master Santiago.
And don't forget that AG, they also already played the first game, and it was against Titan Esports Club, which they won. It was maybe not as convincing as you'd hope, considering that one of those teams went to a Masters and one didn't. They lost one map, and then they won one in double overtime, so 15-13. So you could say that it was barely scraping in the end, but it doesn't matter. The result is still the same. AG are up 1-0, FPX are down 0-1. So is it going to be the great equalizer, or is AG just going to run away with it? Who knows? I guess we got to find out.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of equalizers, we talk about in the pre-show about the head-to-head between these two teams, where, if including all their encounters, meaning Ascension and absolutely everything, FPX is in the lead. Actually, they're 3-1 or 3-2 rather, with AG getting both of their wins last season. However, if you only include VCT, FPX is currently losing 1-2. So AG definitely the ace in this situation. You kind of want to put your eggs in the AG basket and edge them ahead here. But well, I want to see, similar to yesterday, let's see predictions. What are you predicting? What is your who do you think comes out on top here?
I'm going to be very honest. When we casted that FPX and JDG game, we just have to say, even though JDG looked amazing at times, FPX just didn't have, like, they didn't reach the potential they could have. And it seems like there's still a bit of rust left from their new IGL coming in, and obviously questions such as, how do they actually come? Because obviously, last time I checked, Kovac does not know Mandarin, so they need to come in English. And yeah, that makes it so that it's very difficult to spread them now, especially against a team like AG, where we know that they not only can go to Masters, but that they can win a couple of matches in Masters as well.
Yeah, I think I credit FPX as well, because I'm a huge believer in FPX having really high ceilings and really low valleys, or really high peaks and low valleys respectively. So I think AG, there's a team that is on the uptick. I think that's the problem when you're comparing these two teams. FPX is a team that potentially has a higher ceiling across the board versus AG in terms of veterancy, experience, coaching staff, and understanding on how to build and fix a lot of their problems. But AG right now, you can't beat confidence, you can't beat momentum, and you can't beat just a good start to the year, winning in kickoff and then proceeding to go, or doing well in kickoff, then proceeding to go to Master Santiago and taking a pretty big win. But while we've been talking, Septim, the AC turned player, up against Setrod today. Setrod, in the skirmish rather. Setrod was a bit quiet in the previous game. Let's see if he ramps it up today in the skirmish, as it's 4-4, very contested, and I think it's best of 5. So it's who's gonna get side select. Very, very innovative idea about how we using the game modes to actually dictate, the sort of meta level of analysis. It's very fun for the fans to watch and see the head-to-head. I think the first one, FPX versus JDG, G on JDG had 5-0. So the team that won a skirmish then proceeded to win the game. So if you're putting in your bets now, you have AG winning the skirmish 4-5, so potentially a close series.
And here we see the map pool. It seems to be the first map is going to be split, followed by Pearl and then Haven. Pearl was a map that we have seen FPX already on. I do not remember if they actually won that or not, but nevertheless, Split is going to be the first map.
Yeah, so FPX won in the series that they played, I think it was Bind, Lotus, Pearl, and then they lost Lotus, won on Pearl, and then they lost on Split, rather. So they have the Pearl is one of the maps that we said for IGL like Kovac, it's probably a comfort pick because you can do a lot of micro adjustments and put yourself into very, very contested areas. But we're seeing the Haven pick. We're seeing a lot of Sentinel-based seeing a lot of Sentinel-based maps here. Interesting innovations here we're seeing are picking up that Vice to counter the fact that Yoru is gone. So where the term is entrenchment, so site anchor entrenchment. We're seeing a lot of that from the Sentinels coming out. So maybe FPX is going to make that adjustment. They struggled a bit on the... They struggled a bit in the... I think they struggled a bit on Split because they ran that double duel idea and then they just got completely mulched. They ran double skydive and they got completely cooked by the double sentinel. So a bit counterpicked, but we can see if AG has a response having seen the FPX tape or if they're just going to stick to their own guns here.
It also makes you wonder because usually the player who uses that or plays that Sentinel is also the Viper player. And on Split, it seems to be a map where you both want a Sentinel as well as a Viper. So interestingly enough, we're gonna see if they prefer to that Viper and then perhaps the someone else on the team is going to play that Sentinel, or whether it's going to be the other way around.
Yeah, I think that second role, so a lot of the rosters haven't changed based off the meta, right? So what has happened is you've seen that second duelist sort of get displaced. You either commit to the double duel idea and then play for like strong side initiator, so we're talking Sky versus Fade, or you dump the second duel in favor of that second player and then you nudge your dedicated Sentinel player onto the more macro intensive Sentinel role, which is the Viper in the double controller meta. So we'll see. I don't know what the adjustment is because it's still very early in the split. You know, it's not late enough or any win isn't tragic enough to force an entire identity shift. You kind of want to be playing the stuff that you've been putting into practice as you start off, and then as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament and the meta, the term I'll use is matures. As the meta gets a lot older and people get a better understanding of it, then you can start making those adjustments. But we have the walkouts here as the second game raring to start. Okay, let's play the fun game. Who did you pred? Who did Mike pred? FPX all gamers.
I believe I did my pred before I even saw FPX play, but I still pred it for AG. Just the fact that they've been to an international, and even though, yes, that one change they did makes you kind of wonder, because losing Spitfire is maybe a bit of a loss there, but seemingly, I mean, in this position, you hope that you only pick up someone new if you believe that it's a clear upgrade.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you, alongside most of the people here at Project Horizon, believe that to be the same, right? I think there's maybe one or two people who've predicted FPX, and then every other caster in this project has predicted AG coming ahead here. So consensus, at least from analysts and casters here at Project Horizon, is AG. I think it's also rose-tinted glasses, I think, in a way, because AG, on top of their good performance, has had a pretty strong showing at Masters, right? So it's a lot of potentiality, and the current storyline is how strong can AG continue to be, right? Are they gonna, or is this a one-off situation where AG found a lucky fluke and beat Gentlemates, or is AG just a team that should be contending for that spearhead position in VCT CN? So lots of high hopes for this team, and let's hopefully the pressure isn't on too much on the players' shoulders, because you kind of want to be removing a lot of that noise from the players' heads, and from the game you want to be playing the game one by one. So AG definitely a favorite in this game, but like I mentioned, FPX, a team that has had that tournament experience, has had that Masters experience as well. They did win a Masters, but that was with an EMEA-based roster. But FPX definitely a team that has high peaks, high value, or high peaks and very low values, and struggles with inconsistency. Let's see if they can find some of that form that they need today. Starting off on a map that was their death knell in the previous one, but maybe the adjustments have been made that could result in a good start, starting on the right foot for this series.
Exactly, yes, they now will go onto their seats. Just a little while until we actually go into the game and split. A very interesting map, to say the least, because FPX was completely shut down due to the Vice that JDG played in their last match together, and especially the Vice with the Viper combination. But we saw that both Sentinel players, or Sentinel/Viper players, actually, one of them preferred Cypher and one of them played Killjoy. So it's also going to be a question of, I personally believe that Vice just looks so great on this map, but obviously with those players, do you want to go out of your comfort to then pick the Vice, or do you want to stick with what you know?
I think it's an argument of what your read on the duelist meta has transitioned to. So if you're expecting the standard Raze idea, then if you're expecting the Raze or the Waylay or the Jet, you're picking oftentimes that Cypher just to lock down a lot of those lanes, at least catch the secondary third or drain out util in that towards the mid round. But if you're expecting stuff like the Neon, the double dive, picking the Vice is not a bad shout, because what tends to happen is the dive starts, the execute starts with the double dive Sky Flash, and then you get completely separated from your team, and then you run the full length of the Thorns, and by the time you swing, Vice just needs to take one bullet and send you to the grave. So there is an adjustment here. Kovac swapping from that Sky, they're changing from the Sky dive into the Fade dive. Meanwhile, AG opting for the Sky dive. So very similar comps, very mirror comps, but the side of FPX opting for that sort of babysitter style comp, making sure you have more accurate util and that you're sort of guiding the proverbial children in the double duel in the right direction, versus AG's more pop execute, very aggressive, trying to fight in heavy contest space idea.
And absolutely not a single Sentinel. Not a Vice, not a single Killjoy, not a Cypher. It seems to me that Viper is going to be the one that perhaps, not only due to the wall, but also due to the stall with the Poison Orb and the Molly, will have that pseudo-Sentinel role where their goal is basically to stop any pushes or any advances from the other team. But otherwise, you can see not only the Waylay from Fangir, but also Setrot playing double duelist together with his teammate. And, well, this this seems to me like this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's a good adjustment. Definitely a good adjustment. Kovac looked a lot better on the Fade versus the Sky. A lot of the problems that they had was they were playing sort of antagonistic to their own style of gameplay, right? They had the Sky and they were playing for very, very heavy pops, but then they were playing a very slow game, and then they couldn't really contest the space that they need to. With the Fade, they can play a lot slower. They can dot their I's and cross their T's a lot more consistently. But as we go into map 1 of game number 2 of VCT CN stage 1, AG versus FPX on split.
You can see AG already expecting them to go for an instant B-pop. Will not be the case here because they have 5 players in mid, so there will be no retaliation here. But the question is, how do AG react? And they decide to immediately just go back into B main. Yes, there's one player here, but he seems to be the bait. The problem is, does it actually make sense? GRQ does get a kill though, but the spike will be planted. And look, the rolls in the first round have already been flipped. Setron going for the kill, and he does so, but it's a quick trade. He's just 1 HP as the spike gets down. FPX in a 2v3.
Eyes on Kira as well, proceeding all the way into A heaven here. There's going to be a duel between both controllers, and Kira's going to come ahead, and Fangir going to close it on to Kovac, as they did play a very flipped map state, though. The side of FPX decided to go straight for mid, but the side of AG went through A main, or rather through B main. They sort of flipped the entire roles, contesting B main and making sure that no split happens and giving up the entirety of site. And they're just playing through those single chokes, trying to limit the double exposure there. So very, very good effort from AG. Recognizing instantly that it's a mid-split contest B main. Very, very active push and pull from them.
I also love the idea of leaving one player there. I mean, obviously, the B side would just probably not be empty. So even though it was a bit of an Aztec sacrifice with the Septum just standing there and having to take a bullet to his head, the idea of then the rest of the team going back to B led then to Setrot while 1 HP just dashing into his doom. So a great reaction off of that off of that mid pressure.
And now we're setting up in this mid-split here. They're going to force up. FPX loves these forces. Yeah, FPX loves this forces. It's a very Jotes adjacent buy. We have a long-range piece of weaponry followed by a short-range piece of weaponry. For those who don't know, Jotes stands for Jack of all trades buys, coined by Mr. Mike himself. So then also they're very balanced in terms of a lot of their engagements here. Is Septum seeming ready to brace here. Going to throw that smoke and dissuade them off of it, and we have a bit of a pause here. It's FPX waiting for that smoke to elapse, about 10 seconds left on that smoke, and meanwhile on the other side of the map, Shrimp clearing all of A main out so people can actually shift towards this B heaven.
The paranoia will finally be baited out, but they still have a smoke there, so they really don't want to rush through it, especially considering with a Bucky and a sniper, you don't really want to just dry peek that. So they're just trying to go together. But you can see that AG, they have no one in mid. They have just fully 3 people on B and 2 on A. And yes, the Haunt will come out that will confirm that nobody's on site. And while the spike will be planted, aside from that, it's going to be difficult to hold the side against 5 players with 5 rifles.
5v5 as well, post plant as CT fights on the offing.
But Septum already gets his first. Kovac is down. That's the IGL. And that is one of your guns down. That is the Outlaw gone. No more value can found unless someone manages to pick up the gun. But you can see everyone is just corralled on site. And at this point, AG just needs to dissect everything properly. You can see Fangia already taking out the first one. And just like that, all down to Setrot. And with 12 HP and a Bucky, you really don't expect much. So FPX, not even a single kill. Even though they managed to, well, get two guns into that round.
So yeah, on one side of the table, it's flawless for AG, managed to get all 5 guns out alive on their buy. But FPX, silver lining, get that plant down with minimal casualties, and the amount of damage they did is, I guess, equal to chip damage. It's a bit of pennies here and there, but they got the spike down. That means that their buy, yeah, their buy looks rather healthy. 4 rifles on the next one because of that spike plant. They've consistently got the spike down, so they actually aren't that bad off when it comes to the state of their economy. Is different Viper walls here from both teams, actually. So we have that Chichu wall from FPX, the one from CT towards A side, and then we have a new innovation on that B wall that cuts along B heaven and allows you to retake from, or denies that front side fight to CT, and also that CT fight onto front site, while also giving you mid control at the same time. So very, very different innovations to the wall, and response accordingly in this mid setup.
That's why you have the double controller, so you have Omen to be more flexible while Viper is just there to hold their ground. So FPX still wants to prod somewhere here in middle. It seems like AG have finally understood that that's what where they like to be. But it's not really retaliation per se. They just put off the wall and they just wait. And FPX, well, there's only just about a minute left and they have found nothing. And apart from the beaming control, they don't have anything else. Finally, the dash from Bentley in there. But apart from the Fade Haunt, they will find absolutely no one. Apart from, well, it seems like here, finally, Fangir, after getting a 140 onto Berlin, also dashes out. But FPX, 40 seconds. At some point, you need to decide where to go.
And A main's already been cleared out. That's why IMGRQ feels so confident jiggling this, because he knows that there is no B noise. Someone just got 140 on the side of the map, and he's going to jiggle, spots a leg, spots a shoulder, and GRQ escapes, has Judge in hand, going to get relay bolted, see if he can find something with the Judge here.
He's inside the smoke, he needs to be careful, but he gets spammed down. Unfortunately, no kills for him. Bentley picking up one, and Shrimp, you need to be careful with that flash. Oh, that's such unfortunate timing. So 3 kills already picked up by FPX, and with just Kira and Fangir left, still able to do a bit of damage, especially considering that Berlin is just down to 10 HP. But has he found it? Oh, that's an unfortunate timing there, just being caught while inside the smoke. And Fangir pushes out, but has to refract back.
Eyes on Young here. They're actually going to go big here. Things are very favorable for FPX, and the favor just keeps on ticking as Fangir left with an Outlaw in a 1v4. What can he get done here? Potentially a kill. I don't see a retake very likely here, but might find Young. He does. Upgrades to a Guardian.
First kill. He has the chance to get 3 more, but he does not get a single one. Kovac taking off his head. And I mean, considering he had an Outlaw and nobody had full shields, or they were so low that it wouldn't have even mattered. So very lucky there for FPX in a way that they didn't lose more rifles. But nevertheless, a very convincing rifle round.
But the rounds that they're playing, I think, are just coming off of mechanical prowess alone. Keep an eye out. So what the standard AG idea is that they're setting up their Sky towards the A side of the map with IMGRQ. And off of the Viper wall, depending on what it is, they tend to Skydog this at about like 120-ish or 1 minute, right? The goal is they play in front of this Chichu wall, because the Chichu wall is only designed to stop the CT guy and the A ramp guy. It's not designed to stop anyone from contesting A main, right? So GRQ's playing close here, and then they just skydog into the zone to re-clear towards A main and see if they can find any important spike carriers here. And I'm talking Initiator or one of the second duelists.
Guiding Light will come out from Shrimp and will confirm that there's at least one here. And FPX seemingly now, they use a Prowler in mid. But this time AG do have 2 players there. But that's obviously not where the bulk of the people are. FPX instead deciding to go for a bit of an A-lurk here.
Yeah, Berlin, I think he tried to fake TP to bait out the cross or any util. Trailblazer's going to get committed. It's going to spot the Viper, but that's not critical enough info. You expect the Viper to be there. GRQ finds his kill onto Set or onto Ayong, and Setrod trades it out immediately. So Viper for duelist trade is rather favorable, and Spike is on site, ready to plant. And FPX giving themselves 45-second timers as Berlin finds across my kill.
Wasn't aware that there could still one be in mid, and honestly can't blame him. But nevertheless, FPX with 4 players are ready to hold the side down. The Paranoia will come out, but they don't expect cover to be there. After a bit of a whiff, will get traded. But Berlin is there, even still has the Paranoia himself. But in that case, Fangir decides to back off. But the problem is, if you don't deal with this soon enough, it's going to be a thorn in the side later. So they decide to just peek, but Septem just gets his head cut off, and Fangir wisely decides to just fall back.
And FPX, finger on the pulse here, recognizing that A side of the map, if given enough time, is rather easy to penetrate. It's one of the side effects of dealing with the sky. You have very limited ways of actually clearing out and understanding what the picture on that A main area is, right? You either have the Trailblazer or you have the Guiding Light, but if you overcommit at the wrong time, then you have nothing for the site hold or the site retake, right? So that's why AG is suffering, yeah? They're sort of being baited out into shifting the bodies over, and as a result, they don't have the util to actually challenge a lot of these angles. So FPX recognizing it, yeah, you can see it completely here. Over there, they've sort of matured from a 1-3-1 setup into a, looks like a 0-0-5 leading towards A. Okay, it's going to be a 1-4. Baiting towards A, and the side of AG has a bit of an incorrect read here. Maybe an eco strat in mind. Change up in the wall. Viper runs the long way.
He already found his first kill. Berlin joining him there, and that's the 2 rifles gone. Just GRQ left with the judge together with 2 of his teammates who have pistols. And yes, well, that will be a nice cleanup from Septem. The spike will be planted, and AG can do nothing about it except maybe get a couple of exit kills.
Yeah, it's kind of precarious, but I think Ion's. I don't expect Ion to actually make it to the end of this round. Because Septem has Vandal in hand. Unless Septem looks the wrong way. Oh, he's looking the wrong way, but there's no challenge from Ion yet. I don't think he knows that he's there yet. But the recall is happening. And Septem finding Ion there. Unfortunately, he got caster cursed into oblivion. That's unlucky.
That's how you know you're a real caster, but in the end it doesn't even matter. Kovac and Setrod joining the kill feed and making sure that FPX wins against this Thrifty quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a... I wonder if a timeout's coming up soon, because there's a big gap that's actually being painfully exploited towards that A side of the map on AG, where they're getting kills, but it is by luck, but the problem is they're giving up all the sight. They have a very weak sight hold here. It just seems like they're not bolstering it yet. Sending GRQ, oh, basically maybe in response to the Viper warning.
Oh, it's a leg shot. It's a leg shot from the operator. Just 120 HP. Unfortunately, not enough to take out Bentley. Now they have the information, but Berlin himself has an op as well, but gets taken down by Fangir. A nice peek from him. And just like that, one of your smokes is already gone. And that's the shadow step as well. From the shadows, excuse me.
Holy, Fangir's mobile. No, he found that leg shot in mid, rotated all the way through CT, got onto B side, got into that line before Berlin even set up and found that kill.
Ayang is still alone on this A side. You can see JRQ is just waiting for his teammate. Kira is here, but Ayang is aware of the possibility. Meanwhile, Ayang also asking for reinforcements from his side, and while the spike is here together with Kovac, seemingly this is where they want to end. Unfortunately, 3 players of AG are ready to greet them, just like the op is ready to greet them. Unfortunately, with a shot to the chest, you will have nothing more to say in this round.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a split stack here. Problem is, I think they started towards the wrong side of the map. They started towards mid when A is definitively working for them. But I guess they didn't want to hit A too many times and then end up in a situation where it stops working. So FPX conceding around here. Shrimp looking for potential value. You're going to rotate through sewers. I don't think you'll get there in time, but
No, it's gonna be a save anyway.
Yeah.
So Shrimp, even though yes, he could do some economical damage, in this case it's not like he really needs to go for it because of the chance of like a hero rifle coming into next round. And he's just gonna fall back just barely. A couple inches further and he would most likely get spotted. But otherwise... Also, we gotta say, by FPX, there were 2 players that had the ult there. And it's Kovac with the Nightfall, and then Berlin from the From the Shadows. And those are the 2 exact ones that also died before they had a chance. So, a bit of mismanagement there, not even being able to use those ults, and therefore having to go for the save.
Yeah, and I think it's a problem, especially when you have such complementary ultis there, to not be using them together and cause like snowballing a bit around and giving AG that equalizer.
A bit of an B-brawl here. It seems like they're ready and they're already dashing in. So this is a no-stop, no-hold bar fight. Kovac immediately already take one out. And with a bit of fight, Bentley there with the double kill will make sure that the side is theirs. And with the smoke now finally fading, he will fall, unfortunately. Just awful timing for him. But Berlin, ready and waiting, biding his time, even though he's in the molly, he does not care. And Fangir having 0 chances of finding anything with his op, is just gonna tuck in his legs and go for the save.
This is the 3rd round, I think, where Fangir has been forced to save because the round has been untenable towards the first half of a spike being down. Right? So 45 seconds of spike being down. In the first 20 seconds, it's just pointless to even attempt to go for it, right? Definitely value lost, I think. Not putting Fangir in spots where he's getting that early value and potentially deny value, and as he's always the last person to that site trying to clean up things. So definitely adjustment needs to be made from AG, but FPX, for the first time in a while, they were never in the lead at any point in time during their JDG game on Split. And for the first time in a while, they're leading 3-4.
Yes, and I also like the adaptation that they had, because previously the reason why they lost is due to that Fangir op, them first him hitting a shot onto the leg while trying to prod in mid, and then him rotating to B and catching Berlin off guard in that op-v-op duel. And instead they're like, okay, let's make sure this op doesn't get any value by just first making sure that he cannot be in that choke point and then just running it down. So that's exactly what they want to do, and it seems like in this case it's going to be a bit of a fake. Yes, they have the same idea, a bit of the same utility, but unfortunately Septem is there, and while he will be caught out, it's just too little too late. So while one falls, it seems to be a fake. They still have a chance to do something on A here, but unfortunately it's going to be with one less player on the team.
Berlin's already on site all the way deep elbow. Nice on mid. Kovac potentially going to fight Shrimp here. Outcome is round defining, is shot in a couple of shoulders if Kovac finds it.
Fangir still here with the op, and now you're wondering again, against this Viper's Pit is going to be quite difficult. Interestingly enough, the Viper Pit being used not for the spike plant, but just for the choke point. So that's why you can see the rest of the team just funneling through the other side. But against this Waylay ult, they just need to dash in forwards. And they do really want to bide their time. They really do not want to go into this Viper's Pit. At some point they have to tap the spike, and well, with the overdrive, that's a good start. The spike already tapped, and now they need to do something about it, but unfortunately they cannot. They're just sticking. JRQ is sticking. Kovac has to do something about it. And it's tragedy unfolding upon our very eyes. Some are called Shakespeare because that was tragic.
Completely bypasses the Viper's Pit as well. That was, I think they had everything that they needed. What, 4v5, they had spike down, Viper's Pit as well, and they just couldn't get it across the line. Kovac was late playing an A main. A lot of the gun, they just gave them control of spike or site way too easily. This first kill obviously didn't really help, but this was traded out immediately. I guess it sort of balances out. I think if you're spending a Viper's Pit and you trade a Neon Overdrive, it's okay.
Kira waiting in the smoke with a shorty. Unfortunately, they still want to go through mail, so that's why you can see so many there. Kira will be spotted out by the C's. But they still don't want to go into there. Obviously, behind the smoke, you have no idea what's lurking. But look at how much map they have gained. How much map control. They're already basically in a heaven. So this will most likely be prone to a B split. In which case, well, the 2 defenders on site will likely have a tough time holding it.
They're going to have to be tested, yeah. Potentially make an attempt to set shot. And Berlin pass the test, and GRQ and Septem lose their lives here.
Exactly, the two ones that were holding B. And as we said, well, as I predicted, absolutely no chance, not even a single lick of damage onto any FPX players. And the rest of them, I mean, once again, Fangir, poor Fangir, with that op is going to have to save Kira. He already has his ult, so he doesn't need to go for this, but apparently he still wants to at least do some economical damage. Unfortunately, this will not happen, and well, this not only is a flawless round, but is there anything above a flawless? Just not losing a single point of health or armor? Well, unless Berlin just runs it down.
Yeah, we can pioneer turn. We have jokes, we might as well come up with something else, but...
well, anyway, it's not going to be the case anymore. Berlin obviously still has enough credits to buy, so he doesn't mind going for that there, and obviously isn't afraid of giving Bentley his ult. That's still quite a ways away.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is FPX has had a lot of momentum here. FPX looked so asleep. They didn't look as like confident as they are now. They're just sort of running over the map, but definitely to be expected because they have a lot more control on the map, and their weaknesses are similar to the enemy team's weaknesses, right? They're both running the same comp archetype, and a lot of the exploitability of this comp archetype is that you have a very weak anchor job, right? You're playing for a lot of the flood retakes and actually finding a lot of those individual kills, but when there's too much util on your screen, there's not much you can do about it, right? That's a Sentinel's job, and both teams are resolutely lacking in that Sentinel's department. So we're gonna see what this timeout I think is arguably a bit too late. I think if you're going for 7-5, maybe it's good, but at the same time, I think the intervention should have happened earlier, because the goal is you at this late stage in the round, you kind of want to be saving those timeouts for the second half of the game. So let's see what AG is cooking. Maybe it's a fix, maybe it's just to equalize, knowing that their other side is going to be resolutely better or exploiting it. Yeah, but let's see what AG has been cooking in the kitchen here. But FPX currently in the lead, 5-4.
FPX have been very happy for going for those quick rounds. In this case, it seems like it will most likely be the same with 5 players. The question is, AG, what will their response be? And while, yes, GRQ is here, but he immediately gets taken out and Septem just like that. And I mean, the timeout has done diddly squat. With the third player even just having to fall back down, and the site is completely split open. Well, they technically don't know that yet. The spike will be planted without any retaliation from AG.
And it's a bit tragic here, no? Because, no, it's not necessarily tragic. It's a 3v5, but Fangir has the op, so 2.5 basically. As Shrimp finds 2, finds 1, and finds 1 for his buddy. 3v3.
So leads to 3v3. Yeah, as you said, the Seekers will come out and will confirm where the players are, and they're all in the same space, so they know that absolutely no one is on flank. Therefore, they can all be focused on this main part. And they run down, but the overdrive is there to just help them. And 1, 2, 3 kills from Setrod. An easy cleanup there to make sure they continue their lead into the second half.
That operator's going to struggle to find value. I think it's been a death knell, or sort of a thorn in the side of AG's defense this entire game. You can't, the minute you have that operator in hand, it's all good and well for before the spike goes down, but after it's down and you have to actually be very mobile on your feet, you're kind of rooted, right? And the problem is, it's on someone like Fangir. They should honestly give that operator to someone else who might be more supporting in terms of util.
Ibera, so yo, we need your Owen up. Come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, nice shit. Nice kill from Kovac. I almost slipped up there. Kira already gone, and that's the Viper's pit. That's the Viper wall, the toxic screen, everything gone. And AG, what do you even do with this very versatile buy? One of each.
Yeah. Double judges or double shotgun as well. So hold for the chokes. Pray that you don't have to take into any kind of medium to long range gunfight. Smoke is insane. So the idea behind that smoke is you do a counter smoke so you can actually bubble through, and then the enemy team has to re-clear all of this. So even if you're not there, you can just leave, as Berlin's gonna find that kill onto Septim.
Berlin, you're nasty. going for that, even knowing that there are two players there. And now from the shadows to go back to his team, and it's just going to be a safe play. But Bentley, oh, that's the problem with low sense, but he still gets the kill. Unfortunately, GRQ is still here, but with the judge, as long as they just don't run into him, he should have it easy. That being said, he has the Vandal out, but a nice TP from Berlin there. I love that.
High-low.
And off the cuff, high-low with an Omen TP. I've never seen that before. And Shrimp has nothing to do except give up his life for maybe one more.
That is incredible. That is incredible. TP's on top of site, and then swings with his teammate who's playing deep on that far wall just to kill one Vandal. This is a completely different look from the FPX that we had before, and we spoke about in the pre-round, or in the pre-game as well. High peaks, very low valleys, and this is the potentiality that you have from a team like FPX, right? Very, very high coordinated levels of play. When they're dialed, they're dialed. When they put up a good show, they put up a good show. AG struggling quite a bit on this defense side, is FPX almost looking to mirror the results of their defense side against JDG.
Yes, considering that they even lost the pistol, but you can see immediately, unfortunately, being caught by, I believe, his own Saturate, but it doesn't matter. He does not know that Saturate is right around the corner, and Fangir. It doesn't matter if he has an up or not. He's seemingly just being shut down every chance he gets.
And it's a 5v4 in favor of FPX. The reclear is going to go. It's going to happen eventually. I think they reclear towards A. Yeah, here's the flash, the guiding light. Pops, clears out, makes it very abundant that there's no one A, but...
Not for being used by Kovac. Where is this Kovac? We haven't seen this guy before. So much different compared to everything, but Kira is still on top of him. Leaves his team in a 2v1 against Zayang. He still has a molly, he still has the poison orb, but nothing else. And with just 40 seconds, he needs to pick up the spike. And with zero infos on anything, and Shrimp being on his tail, this is a difficult round.
Iron in the 1v2 has spike to play with. Let's see how he navigates. He doesn't have any ultis online. The most he has is the snake bites. So he's gonna go for that first tap and see if he can finds it.
And he does so. What about Kira? A 4K there. It looked very dangerous, but Kira stopping the bleeding, at least for now. It's not the result that you hoped, especially after the timeout, but a 5-7 is still more than salvageable on this then attacker side for AG.
Let's see if the side of FPX actually can manage or can fix a lot of their defensive woes, right? The last series was a bit of a blowout when the half swapped, but mirror comps now. There's no sentinels to contend with. There's no double lurks to contend with. Let's see if AG can put deep in the basket, equalize things in the next couple of rounds, having won the previous pistol, or if FPX is going to run away with this and start their series off Afterburner's on fire, you know? Afterburner's igniting, rather.
And don't forget that none of these two teams have sentinels, and they both play duelists, so the natural reaction is that the teams will both be attacker-sided. So presumably AG is going to have an easier time playing this attacker side, and instead of having Fangir just immediately die every round with the op in his hand, or having to save it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Are we going to get caught in the trap of buying an operator and the sunk cost fallacy, where as long as the operator stays alive, we can potentially win a round, or are they going to make the adjustment if things go bad? Who's the opera on FPX? I can't recall. It would either be Cetrod or it would be Bentley, but I think it's Cetrod.
I believe he has picked up the op a couple of times, but it's like, I've always seen Cetrod as a more wisey type of player, because he does have an affinity for the judge, especially on, I mean, historically, Split and VCT CN judges have always been a great combo, but it's not that rare to see him with an op in his hand. Obviously, in the first round, that is going to be a bit more difficult in the pistol round, but nevertheless, you can see already a very similar thing to what happened in the first pistol round, which AG won, by the way, with 5 players on this B side, while 3 defenders are just waiting to greet them.
The thing to note is since FPX played their first series of stage 1, their pistol win rate has actually gone up, I think 5%. Was 25% and now at 33%. So 1 in every 3 pistols they come away with on top as GRQ looking to lower that stat even further.
They're trying to, but Berlin is caught with the reload. Setrod has to do something here, but with just 13 HP, he's just gonna wait there, and they don't expect there one more to be, and FPX will just leave Kira alive. The lurker in B Heaven, who has to somehow get 3 kills here.
It's a bit diabolical as Ion gets caught in, that's one of those weird angles. If you're in left-handed view, you can't really see underneath there. If you're right-handed view, you can, but the issue is the way you expose is determines multiple levels of exposure. There's double exposure, triple, etc. That one's like an exposure to 4 different angles, right? Rope, main, sight, and CT all at the same time, plus the person underneath you. So Ion gets the better of him, and FPX comes away with another pistol. Lost the first one, comes back on the second one though.
Shout out also to the game Life is Strange double exposure, which is the thing that I needed to think about while you said that. But you can see Setrod, this is what I was talking about. With that judge, now especially on the defense side, obviously while playing Neon, doesn't even matter if you do that on the attacker side, but defense side will always leave you a bit more favored. And while DRQ has a shotgun for himself as well, is the only gun apart from Kira's Bandit being brought into this round.
Yeah, and you don't want to be, you want to be making sure that your default, especially in these anti-ecos, especially against double duel, is as solid as possible, or you're going to pull your favorite Life is Strange reference and shoot yourself in the foot. As Kovac is going to spot the Heaven Crunch, there's a lot of FPX members here to receive this. They're going to spot the Trailblazer. Ion with Ghost in hand finds a kill, but gets dropped, picked up, 2 Ghosts, 3 Ghosts, and Fangia into the Rampage. Bentley finds a kill, and Fangia, last man alive.
Where have I seen this before? And Setrod on the other side will greet him. Well, hello, my good friend, and goodbye, just like that. And Ion, I'm sorry, I know that that AG basically only had 1 bandit and a Bucky, but still going for a 1v3 there and getting all 3 kills. I believe even the 3rd one. Look at this. I believe he just found the last shot. Yeah, I mean like a millisecond before falling then to Fangear.
It's also a testament to the, well, it's not even testament. It's one of those. It's the small optimizations, right? How long did it take before those initial trades started coming in? Ion got that first kill, maybe had half a second before the next one, and then half a second before the third before you die. You know, you shouldn't be losing 3 bodies before you lock in those timings for that actually very contentious swing on what is arguably a very on angle. So AG kind of struggling here on a fundamental level, but they do have the depth. They have done these long runs, and the first map of the series is puts more pressure, but doesn't end the series outright. So
what might end this match though is, or this map is this round, because this is a very important one. You really don't want to lose this bonus, and it's looking dangerous. I mean, once again, the why do I keep calling it the Jote buy? I honestly, I don't want it to catch on. I don't want it to be connected to me.
I'm the Joter.
Oh no, please don't.
Oh no.
The duel
Anyway,
of Ion and Setrod.
Serious faces on.
Setrod needs to be careful there, getting caught off, but Setrod, what? Are you kidding me? Blink and you miss it. 3 kills in just about 2 seconds or so. Kira and Septum suddenly wondering where the entire team has gone.
Kovac spotted that as well. Saw the tail end of the TP.
And it's an easy cleanup. No chance, unfortunately, to get the Vandal. Last time I checked, Fate does not have any way to dash. But Kira with the spike. Yeah, you can see it. It's good to see where the spike is. Unfortunately, last time I checked, with 4 seconds left, Kira can do absolutely nothing except just hope to save this rifle, which, to be fair, he will. But this is what I was talking about, losing the bonus. And now not only being down to an eco, yes, you have that saved rifle, but is it really going to make that big of a difference? And then losing, I mean, giving FPX their 10th round. That is just not ideal.
It irks me, right? Like, Neon's going in first, right? But Neon has a slide. Neon can, like, if you're being assiduous about it, Neon can just slide all the way through that first angle and then make sure that that double trade happens properly, right? But they're being a bit stingy and trying to like optimize for late in the round, and they're just tripping at the hurdles at the initial ones. So, and the problem is FPX is punishing it, right? If you're an AG fan, FPX is constantly punishing these small lacks of optimizations or levels of greed from AG.
Look at FPX being so proactive. Taking a page out of AG's strat book and pushing out of B. You can see Cetrod just waiting. He doesn't even need to push any further because it's just a great angle with the judge. Bentley will get caught, and it's a good trade there, but not before he gets one. Kovac though, even with rope inaccuracy, it doesn't matter. He still gets the kill, and that's the Neon completely shut down, and well, presumably the Omen as well. To be fair, no one expects there to be a Neon there.
This judge is a scourge on humanity.
Oh,
we
and
blame YZ.
Kira looking at the wrong way. And Shrimp. Well, yes, he has the recharge flash. He doesn't even get the one, I believe. No, unfortunately does not manage to hit it. FPX already up to 11. Not leaving any space for AG to get a single round.
From a timeout perspective, I think they should call a timeout now, but while it's relevant, the reason why, for people who are wondering, the reason why a coach oftentimes, or at least why I suspect a coach might take so long to timeouts, especially when it's 5-11, is oftentimes we don't really have insights into what the comms in the team are, right? So potentially the timeout would be to fix a problem, but from IGL side or from player side, they're actively fixing the problem as individuals, right? So it's gotten to a point where you can't let them fix the problems by themselves anymore because they only have, as Sliggy would say, 2 more chances before the entire round explodes on themselves. So that's why the timeout was very, very late. That's why we have an 11-5 timeout. The argument should have been that the timeout should have happened at bonus when the score is closer to 5-9 and there was a 4-round deficit. But there is like reasons why the coach wouldn't call such an early timeout, and it's oftentimes just because of player agency, player understanding, and player problem solving. You don't want to disrupt it's like bad karma as like a coach in any kind of sports to be disrupting a player's level of independence and understanding of the game. Just because you think that they can't get to the assumption, right? It's a level of trust between player and coach. But let's see if AG makes the adjustment. They've been given a couple of rounds to make the adjustment. If you were AG's coach, what is the adjustment you'd want to see here?
Well, that's a very good question, but it seems like we will get the answer here. With AG already pulling out, and Bentley just not waiting enough for the stun to come out. And while, yes, it is a trade, it seems like, frankly, Bentley has already found more value with the op than Fangir has ever had the chance to.
Cetrod. The man with the judge, the man with dangerous weaponry. Spots Fangir.
Doesn't even look behind.
Oh,
but he gets one refrag. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Fangir. This guy just cannot catch a break. And Kovac, alone on the safe side. It seems like Kira will just call his team back. But Kovac has been looking great so far, especially after, I mean, we're talking about he is the one guy who, even though while IGLing, manages to match MVP, or excuse me, team MVP a couple of times, even in their loss against JDG. So him being here, still quite a bit dangerous.
Yeah, positioned in a really powerful position. He has basically a very deep angle all the way into heaven. That's his main focus. So he can flick up or flick down depending on the situation. When he tucks, he flicks down, spots. I think he gets found by Kira. So the heaven player of all people finds that kill.
The sides have now been flipped. Instead of a 3v4 in favor of FPX, it's a 3v2 in favor of AG. And Berlin and Cetrod, well, he does have the overdrive. Maybe he might just want to stick with the judge.
It's a 3v2. Cetrod and Berlin are kind of even. Oh, Andrew keeps setting up in this high low.
There's the overdrive, but they both get stunned. Unfortunately, the overdrive from GRQ there, but it's just way too late. Cetrod already on the spike, and Kira needs to do something here, but it's being stuck, and he does not have a single chance to even get the kill. FPX, how did you manage to do this? Taking a rabbit out of a hat, somehow winning this map. this round and getting them to map point.
Yeah, that relay bolt is massive. I don't know if he did that instinctively or if he just did that based off of a preconceived idea, but that relay bolt finds 2. Bentley with his first blood here. It's Cetrod playing off of that refract timing. Made a massive difference, but Kira, I think, playing way too far, way too disciplined when the spike wasn't really planted for them. There's a bit of a disconnect between the Heaven players, but you could say that's the entire map 1, right? AG just having disconnects across the board and how they need to play versus how they want to play versus the reality of how they are playing, right?
DRG takes an outlaw shot and gets immediately taken down. Oh no, that's the problem now. You still haven't cleared basically anything, and it's the beginning of the end. Poor Fangir. Well, stop me if you heard this one before. Stuck in a 1v5, has to somehow try to salvage anything here, and gets 1-2-1, but nothing more. 13-5. What a statement from FPX, winning the first map, well, incredibly convincingly.
Yeah, and it's a good look from FPX coming off of what is arguably a very difficult series against JDG. To start off this hot, I think the adjustment that they made, swapping that fade for the sky, was definitely inspired. I think the one clip that would have dictated that swap was the minute that Kovac blinded Bentley with his own flash. Was like an indication that something needs to change, and FPX making that adjustment, making that change pretty soon, very, very quickly, and going back to something that is slightly more comfortable, recognizing strengths and exercising their checks and balances and understanding what's worth and what's not worth, and come away with it. But AG, lots of learning definitely in the previous one, frustration definitely seeping in at times, but that's in the past now, right? You can't get this game back. There's no replay of this game as we move on to the next one, which I think is Pearl, which is FPX's map pick.
Last time I checked, neither of these teams have a time machine, so they're just gonna have to contend with being down one map already, and AG, they still have quite a lot of problem solving to do.
Yeah, and the big problems that I think definitely need to be solved. Agency was a big issue. For sure, agency was a big issue. Finding a way to actually funnel or actually play a retake that makes logical sense and is consistent is going to be another thing. And fundamentally, just making sure that you clean up these fundamentals, because a lot of these clips were just 1 by 1 by 1. Here's another one, and 1 by 1 by 1. 3 people swinging. When we have double duel, we have a lot of opportunities for deep penetration. And AG just feeding it to FPX.
Nice. Go. Control heaven, guys. Obama, control heaven. 我挡. Control. Okay, let's go side now together. Okay. I try under. Come. Go. I saw your ball.
张不林，你就在阳台。我看不了万手。我们两个有点裂开。没事，你忙你的。我看 A1 去了。
City。好能气。I will face side。没有，你就看这就好。I have shooting run。我很裂，我只有有大可以开。Oh, there's corner. Hold here. Hold left side cover. Hold left side. Go again. Hold left side. I can ulti. I should time peek. Can you ulti now? One moment. Aim. Nice.
There you see it. Cetrod, the judge lover, with almost 300 ACS, and I'm sorry? A KDA of 3.7. And even considering he's a Neon and he's usually the first one in, a cast of 83% is definitely something to be incredibly proud of.
Yeah, 3.7 was, I think a lot of those kills came off of the defensive side, right? Cetrod was someone who, in the first series of the split, struggled to find a lot of value, right? The double duel just wasn't working for them. So for him to come back into this game, very, very confident, finding a lot of those opening kills, and even finding a lot of those multi-kills as well, was definitely a boon for not only his stats, but definitely the team A or FPX going into this arguably titan of a game. I think the big thing is they've switched it up a lot. They've made a lot of adjustments across the board, and enabling Cetrod has been a big one, because the previous one was just Bentley trying to get a lot of value, but now it's just Cetrod being positioned in a position where he can just find a lot of those moments of individual inspiration, individual value.
And I'm not really counting all the kills, but I believe apart from the overdrive and from the judge, there were like 1 or 2 kills with the rifle, maybe one with an op. He didn't even pick up an up. So, but apart from that, you can see barely scratching that 20 kill mark, only stopping at 19. And Fangir, interestingly enough, still getting the team MVP, while still, let's be honest, struggling an incredible amount on that Waylay pick.
Yeah, I think the main issue is Fangir was just alive so many rounds. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's a horrible thing when your team is just exploding on the other side of the map, right? When the only person who is arguably getting a really high cast, I wish we could see that stat, because that plays into why he's matching MVP. I imagine he has like a ridiculously high cast. As if you look at the post plants, 10 post plants in favor of FPX, just times the spike went down, and AG got the spike down once this entire series, and also of that there's 12 first kills and AG got half of it. So definitely an FPX show, definitely the story of how FPX made an adjustment and ran over AG as it was.
And funnily enough, because both of these teams have 0 clutches, that is usually a very good metric, even though obviously you want players that have the chance to clutch. The fact that you didn't and still won so convincingly makes you, it is clear that they don't rely on clutches. They don't have to, because they just have such good team play. And now we see Kovac. I mean, this guy, while IGLing and having a very rough start against JDG while losing 2 maps, now, well, going up 1 map is already a very good start, and considering he himself is also playing incredibly well.
I think the big thing to note is we spoke about one of the main storylines of this team is how do they manage the different levels of comms between the team. Like some of the players speak Mandarin, some of the players speak English. I think a big adjustment that they might have potentially made, this is just speculation, Kovac speaks English, the coach speaks English, and Bentley speaks conversational English, right? It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the comms have shifted in terms of value away from the English-speaking comms to more instinctive comms, and then come back to English-speaking comms and translates it down the line. Because a lot of it looked cleaner. It looked a lot cleaner in terms of a lot of the micro play, but we're going to see if that carries over. FPX currently 1-0 in the series, currently 2-1 in the series record against AG. Let's see if they can mount one more big effort to take this map to a 2-0. But this is Rigor, this is VK, this is Project Horizon, and we'll see you guys after a break.
Baby, you're my
Welcome back everyone to Project Horizon, VCT CN. I'm Riggle, this is Mike, and we are casting map 2 of FPX versus AG. FPX taking map 1 split in a very decisive fashion, 13-5, and currently looking to potentially win the series as we go into their map pick of Pearl. We actually have a bit of inside information because we have been rather critical of AG the last map, just based off of a lot of the fundamentals not being as clean, but we do have some information now that apparently a lot of the roster is just physically ill. So a bit of input, a bit of grace that can be allowed there, but when you get to the big stage, I think it's you can see like the small optimizations or just the lack of form catching up with you a bit there. But AG, I think, has a very deep playbook. I think this is not something that they can't overcome in terms of macro understanding and just good game plans going into this. But expectations for Pearl, what are you thinking?
Well, I just wanted to say in general that it's very easy to underestimate how big of an impact you being physically ill is. Obviously, we don't know how much it is, but just having that basically constant comfort just taken away, which obviously it's a very good question whether how critical you then can be while considering their circumstances. Obviously, AG is still looking to win this map, but considering that there are some teams where legitimately if your best player is sick, then your chances already drop so low. And then considering if it's actually true that all 5 of them don't feel well, that could make a huge impact. So therefore, it's unfortunate, but the goal still stays the same. They still obviously want to win this. Unfortunately, well, it's going to be a bit more difficult. But as we go into Pearl, well, now I'm going to do the switcheroo. What do you think of Pearl? Good way to dodge the question, huh?
What do I think of Pearl? I think she's a really interesting character in SpongeBob. She has a lot of depth as a person. The fact that she's a whale and her dad's a crab does elude me at times. But if we talk about the Valorant map, definitely very interesting. I think FPX has a really strong showing on it. We have seen iterations, or at least whisperings and murmurs of that double initiator, but they've stuck to their guns. They're keeping Bentley on that double duel and the Neon, Setral on the Neon. So playing with Kovac and those two has been obviously a pivotal point in their match against JDG, and potentially going to be a pivotal point in this one. I don't see much iteration or adjustments in regards to how FPX is going to play it. But keeping in mind, if someone is sick on AG, can you play the complex stuff, right? Are you relying on the tried and true method and hoping that that illness takes a sort of backseat to just better fundamental play and decision making, or are we going to be relying on potentially a change in comp? It's not unheard of, especially when someone is ill, to be making sort of simpler changes that rely less on adaptability and current form and more on concrete ideas and expectations. So AG still, I think AG still, even with a sick player, is touted very, very high. They do have a high level of prestige and acclaim to their name, and I don't think we should look down on them at all. We can expect a bit of an upset, as Pearl is, like most Valorant maps, very, very two-sided if you play it correctly.
Yeah, and Pearl, I also gotta say, I mean, if you did the joke, I gotta do the same again. My favorite character from Steven Universe, I mean, I love the voice actress, he's just a great, and the singer as well. I mean, so one Pearl is a whale, one Pearl is a is a gem. So no, but you're right, and as well, Pearl, I believe, if I've seen it correctly, at least in the both matches that FPX and AG have played previously in stage 1, they have not. Well, no, I'm stupid. I was confusing Pearl with Bind. I'm stupid. No, FPX had actually played Pearl before, and it's the one map that they won against JDG. So considering that they're already up 1-0, it seems like that gives you also a bit of it nudges you to give them the advantage as well.
Yeah, and one of my favorite movies is the 2022 movie Pearl, featuring Maya Goth as the eponymous Pearl. And the one that you don't want is a horror show from the side of FPX, right? Because they play a very standard sized Pearl with that one. I think they play 1-1-2 on defense. where they basically have Kovac playing towards Streets or B-Link, and then they have their 2 players playing towards Art. And they're playing for like heavy mid dominance with like a very fast rotate through mid onto A, and then also street controls where they can rotate safely through CT and also come out from another avenue through Streets. So I think has AG played Pearl this season? I think AG's maps haven't been Pearl. I think they've been Lotus and Breeze. Yeah, the only game they've played was against Titan, and they played Lotus and Breeze and Bind. So they haven't shown their Pearl at all this split. But when they previously played it, they did play it with the double duel with the Yoru Neon. So this is it's gonna be a bit of an exploration, their debut of what their Pearl comp looks like this year. Or rather this split.
Exactly. And when it comes to preparation, it's a very good question how much time you spend on preparing those single maps. It's also would be very viable to just look at the painting, the girl with a pearl earring, a very famous one at that. Maybe a bit of a mental preparation as well coming into this map.
I'm running out of references.
Me too.
I mean, I'm excited to see this. I think the big thing is, we have to ask ourselves, is AG, or how do I phrase this question? EDG won 2024 champs, right? That was the golden boy of CN, right? And then over 2025, they struggled, and a lot of different teams came up and talking Zhilai Gaming or Zhilai Gaming, Dragon Rage Gaming, and now AG coming to the forefront. Oh, how much of our expectation of these 2 teams, FPX and AG, how realistic do we think how realistic are the odds that they make the deeper run, like looking forward into the rest of the tournament, right? AG, we're touting based off of 1 win in Master Santiago, arguably against the best team in the world, or one of the better teams in the world. Are they capable of doing the deeper run, potentially representing CN on a grander scale, or do we think there's still a lot of room for improvement in the way that the teams sort of function? Because if all 5 players are sick, it's a different story. But if 1 player is sick, I think there's a lot of fundamental backing that would still support a team performing really, really well, especially against, all respect due to FPX, a team like FPX that didn't even make the last Masters. So how much respect do we, or not respect, how much expectation do we put on this AG side, especially going into map 2?
I mean, that's a very loaded question. I think it depends on how you want to phrase that question, because there's obviously a difference to the difference between going to playoffs and then going to Masters is incredibly different. AG having already gone to a Masters, obviously they want to recreate that, and I believe that both of these teams will have quite an easy time getting out of their groups and getting into playoffs, considering out of 6 teams, 4 do that. So both of them would have to basically bomb out to then not make it to playoffs. But when you're in playoffs, suddenly you have to play against teams like EDG, teams like XLG, teams like DRG, who you previously have not faced, or at least not because they're in different groups. And then if they can do it, if they can go to Masters London, that is a completely different question, which I believe, last time I checked, I'm not the Oracle of Delphi, so I couldn't tell you. I couldn't even start to begin arguing in favor or against them actually making it, because at that point we still have to see what they need to do, and this is only the 2nd match after all.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these teams navigate that. But due to technical issues currently, and issues on production side, we're going to send to a break, and then we'll be back with you guys in a bit the minute we get this sorted. Stay in your seat. Thank you for tuning into Project Horizon in collaboration with VCT China. And we'll see you guys after the break.
As they always used.
And we are back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. It was a short break. I fell into the void for a bit, but I am back. The void was not black, not purple, but a very pearlescent hue of green. You would have thought it was a different color, but who would have known?
Yeah, that's actually something that the viewers don't know. Actually, we casters, when we're not on screen, we actually just don't exist. We only exist when we start casting. As soon as the screen goes off, we're just like floating voices casting over the game. And when the screen goes away, we just don't exist anymore.
Yeah, we sit there and there's a book in front of us that's like read the entire dictionary 4 times over. And the problem is I can't read. So I'm just sort of sitting there looking at a piece of paper for the entire time. So,
well, yeah, I gotta say,
physics, so.
I did actually read the dictionary 4 times, and it left me bedazzled, scrumptious, confused, and Ouagadougou, which is the capital of Burkina Faso.
Oh, that's a weird dictionary. That's a weird dictionary. But as we go into Pearl, Pearl is set not in Burkina Faso, not in I don't even know where Pearl's set in. I think it's set in Portugal.
Portugal, yeah.
I think it's underwater in Portugal, so unfortunately, no Burkina Faso here, but the turquoise, the aquamarine colors of the skyline on Pearl are going to be the next staging area for map 2 of FPX versus AG. The score is currently 1-0 in favor of FPX, but the series scoreline currently 2-1 in favor of AG. So AG looking rare, or at least historically, come out ahead in this series, but as of present, FPX making a very strong showing on the back of their IGL Kovac, the recently import from Vitality, and their double duel in Bentley, another recent addition to the roster, in Setrod. So,
right, in Setrod we saw on the first map how he likes to play with the judge. Well, unfortunately, especially on that B side on Pearl, it's going to be quite difficult. But and it's going to be a very good question, because even though Fangir has shown an affinity for the op, I believe there was only one round where Berlin picked up the op, and I believe that was it. And immediately got killed by Fangir, and then he was like, okay, I'm not picking up an op ever again, or at least in that map. So that's a good question. Is that going to change because of the long sidelines on B? Especially if you consider that on a map like this, a pick like Chamber is not that unorthodox, and Chamber and snipers are obviously, I mean, they're like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, and I think the only problem comes with the only sentinel I think this complements is Ayang, because Ayang is the person who plays the Killjoy. I think we're going to see mirror comps here. Yeah, that's a 1-for-1 mirror. So double, it's Fade, Killjoy, Astra, and then double dive, and it's Waylay and Neon respectively. This is pretty similar to standard. The only difference in this from the sort of old meta idea is the Waylay would oftentimes be swapped with another initiator. We are seeing rumors of the double scan being something super prominent, so the Sova and the Teo, for example, but these teams not opting for either, opting for the single initiator. Kovac looking very, very strong on the Fade as of present. I think 2 out of the last 3 of his ace games as an MVP on the losing team was on that Fade, so putting him once again on comfort. The man of the moment going to be definitely Kovac, and how does he call around AG's double duel and iteration of it on the other side?
It's very interesting, because when it comes to the characters that you normally find in a team, you have things like the Star Duelist, you have the IGL, and usually those are very fixed roles. Obviously, the IGL can both be either on a initiator or on a controller. But interesting enough, at least for now, I believe we have actually found a new role, because it's the Sentinel/Viper hybrid. Because both Ayang and Kira, who played Viper on the previous map, and it seems like they're not happy with playing Viper on this one, and so both of them swapping to Sentinel. Funnily enough, also to the same Sentinel. So it seems like there's a new role coming up of, I don't want to call it the flex, because it's like your main Sentinel guy who then swaps to Viper if you don't want a Sentinel. It's interestingly enough how those roles seemingly are coming up slowly and slowly.
Yeah, I think as the meta is gonna, as Valorant is becoming a more and more not solved game per se, but a game with more and more depth. You're seeing a lot more iterations on what role logically makes sense for another player to play, right? Like the second duelist oftentimes plays the chamber role instead of the sentinel, and then the sentinel will oftentimes transition to a different kind of sentinel, like the Viper. So
Fangi already dashing in. But look, everyone is just tucked. They don't even tell them how many people there are. But Bentley needs to be careful here. Even has a refrag, but look, and he doesn't know even where to look. 2-2. Blink and you miss it. 6 players have already fallen. Yeah, on both sides. And the other 2 are just waiting. Kira there, and obviously Kovac, who was pretty on the A side. That's a nice shot. Fangier left. Can he do what he couldn't on map 1? He needs to find both of these kills, just down to 70 HP. Yes, the eye will come out. With 5
Very
bullets.
Patient.
Yeah. I mean, they don't need to force anything. They even still, I believe, have view of the spike. But he pushes him, and Kovac has a nice kill there, leading them to winning the pistol round.
That was scary from Bentley. Looks the wrong way at the exact time that someone peeks him. Almost got timing 2 times that round, but the trades were quite spicy across the board. Just it completely floods out from FPX. Doesn't even give AG any time of space or even time to develop the round that they want to. They just respond reactively, just come out onto it. And I think they were fortunate enough that they had 3 stacked onto that B side of the map. I think if any less numbers and these trades don't go the way they did, but they're making adjustments, swinging towards A side, but the side of AG continuing their B side presence, B-side fights. I think there's 1 outlaw in hand on Bentley, and that is towards street. So eyes on Kira. If Kira exposes too early or at the wrong timing, then Bentley potentially looking to take a luxury head off of Kira's not so luxury shoulders.
They're already running in. It's a nice eye who will catch him, but then Bentley going for a no-scope kill. Kira will take his one, especially considering he's the only one who bought a gun into this round. And while he has technically the chance to pick up this outlaw, Sedrod is there waiting for him. Oh, what is that timing? No! But it's all good. It's all good. It's a trade, and Berlin can pick up the gun. So don't panic. No. Everyone, stay calm. It's okay. The Titanic is not sinking. And FPX picks up their second round.
Just delete that section of the round. The footage corrupted. Just delete the section where Simon pulls out his classic. But it's just a good round for it towards the A side of the map.
But if you look at the right side of your screen, you're playing an outlaw against 4 light shields or regen shields. This is incredibly dangerous for AG. They need to be careful, and it seems like their plan so far is just to slowly peek to see if Bentley is somewhere around the corner and hopefully trade him out, because otherwise this outlaw could be dangerous. Or just immediately going to the A side to make sure the outlaw does not find any value. That seems like what they want to do, but with 3 players of FPX already here, the Saturate doesn't find anything and 1 dies to the molly. GRQ is just tragic, and Fangier doing his best, but has to get out. But there's 1 more player on side, will finally reveal himself, but Setrod, he has still a lot of utility, but he only has a Bucky. A nice smoke there from his teammate, and Bentley, there is the outlaw we were looking for.
Look at the flank. Eyes on the flank, Berlin on this really expedited flank, but the killjoy util's still up, but I think they're looking the wrong direction. Oh, they're looking the wrong direction. They're not aware of this. They're not aware of this. The fighting in the main is way too contentious. Berlin's gonna find the first, Shrimp finds the second. Looking for the third, Shrimp finds the kill. Berlin in the 1v1 and makes it a 1v0. What a kill from Berlin. What a flank from Berlin. This is a bit of a lapse in judgment, though. I don't know how the killjoy utility didn't recognize or, give up the ghost that there was someone in their flank.
I'm honestly not sure if it was a lack of awareness. It seems like, because the problem is you have 3 players. It's the Killjoy, who was the only one who was full HP, and I believe like Fangier on 5 and someone else on 20 HP. So you have to decide, either you fight the flank or you fight on site. And because apart from the information you got from the alarm bot, you don't know whether he's actually just gone away. And if you decide to fight flank and then suddenly he's not there anymore, well, then you've probably already lost the round, especially considering you're very prone to getting just spammed down with 2 players being so low. So they decided to fight site, which was, I believe, their best chance. But unfortunately, just didn't manage to do anything else. Bentley is there with the refrag, does use it against with his team as well, and needs to be careful. Caught by the saturate, but AG, after prodding a bit in A, seems like it's going to be a quick rotate.
Kovac aware of it. Look at Kovac and Art. He's going to clear through, see if there's anyone in
He must
window.
hear it.
Oh, I don't think he spotted it. The dog didn't go far enough. That's the recent fade nerf, I think, coming into action here. The time where the dog is alive, or the time where you can be reconning and how far it goes has been reduced. So based off of that, it actually doesn't go far enough and gives a bit of false info, though, to the side of FPX. And you can see that they're so late on the rotate. Like, they're very belabored on the rotate just because that dog didn't catch anything.
But also FPX is just very paranoid. Obviously, they don't have any info on lane. It's just the alarm, but it's not the turret. So it does only see if you're very close. And that's why you see Kovac and I believe Young as well previously looking into mid just to see if anyone is lurked up. So the question marks are popping in the head. Now the Nightfall is being used and DRG is already dashing to side. And that's why you want the Neon, because Setrod not able to find anything and even down to just 30 HP. And look at him, pure pandemonium on his side. And while he still has a chance to take DRG out, he's completely corralled. AG with the lower guns needs to do something here. Setrod is stuck and Fangir gets the kill. 3v4 with only Sheriffs. But well, if those Sheriffs hit, it doesn't even matter, but it's a quick trade. 2v2, and Septim peeking together with his teammate, but Bentley, a nice spray down to get them to full 4 rounds. It looked dangerous in the beginning, but they stopped the bleeding, and got to 4.
Yeah, Bentley's been on fire, actually. He's 7-2 in 4 rounds. Definitely coming off a very relatively quiet previous map and coming into this one with a vengeance. It is against an eco, so don't sign the sirens too loudly. As FPX winning their first pistol, they came into this with a rather dismal pistol win rate, 33% in 1 in 3 pistols they were winning, and now they've won 4 rounds off the back of their first pistol win rate. So definitely, you can see the value of them picking up.
Yeah, and Setrod picking up the op. That's what we were talking about. Judge is obviously way more difficult to play on this Pearl map. So they decide to go for this up instead. Now Setrod needs to be careful. He does know that there's no one on the right side, but there's 3 players on his left. So the timing of this peek is crucial. But he does not find anything. Now Young will be quite surprised if he gets peeked by 3 people. But he does have Kovac behind him helping him. Seems like they want to go for the down low. And GRQ is just peeking it, but he does not find anything with the Judge. And Kovac fights another one. Young wasn't able to trade him because of the saturate, but Bentley joins him on the kill feed. And it's just left to Strim, who, well, Septim. An incredible one in Berlin. Catching Septim off guard, killing him with a shot in the neck from behind. FPX.
That is incredible.
What have you done? You look...
So this is like a...
Yeah, you know, like the typical movies with like a girl that has like braces and nobody thinks she's beautiful, and then there's like a makeover session. This is what I feel like with FPX. We're like, damn, you're looking good.
Yeah. It's like everything from like the micro to the mechanics to the macro and the way understanding of the game, they look good. They look really good. That saturate is insane. So for everyone who doesn't know, the idea behind that is he's expecting to swing through like the left side of the map. He's expecting to swing out throughout the left. So what he does, he throws the saturate. So anyone who's swinging has to back up, and then he finds the kill on the other side. So
nice shot
looking
from
really, really good, and Setrod anticipating it as well. Like, just keep an eye on the movement of these players. They're actually just reading and actually playing this sort of evil, like deadly dance with each other.
Another kill
using
from
their own
Setrod.
mechanics to punish.
And once again, this is probably the sick nerf. Setrod with a 3rd already on the board. Make it a 4th one. The 3rd was even a headshot, which it didn't have to be, fair enough. Kira, the last one left with the Sheriff, and you can see Setrod giving Berlin the op, so he has the chance of getting this ace. Might even be the first ace of VCTCN Stage 1, but he just barely doesn't find him. At this point, it's not about AG winning this round, it's about whether Setrod gets his ace.
And the most important thing right now is Setrod.
Still has full util, by the way. It has 4 kills and didn't need to use anything. Even had the ult available. Which frankly, I mean, I wouldn't mind for him to pop it just to get Kira. But he does have the right angle, but he does not find the shot. It's Kovac stealing it! And you can see... At least the boys are still having a bit of fun, but you can see them being mad about Kovac taking away the ace. But nevertheless, a flawless round, I believe, from FPX.
Robbed, thefted, stolen.
Incredible shot onto Neon there.
No need, it's fine.
Oh, look at him. Such a good sports guy.
That's 5. That's I call this like the perfect 5, right? You win pistol, you win second round, you win your bonus, you win first rifle, and you win your ult round. That's a perfect 5, and I think that's the first stage of every single half, right? Those first 5 formulaic rounds, and FPX wins their first 5, and then they get their +1. They get their 6th round before the timeout gets called. There is a bit of adjustment, but the big thing is you see a lot of AG coach talking. You don't see a lot of FPX coach talking because a lot of the players are just making those decisions for themselves, right? They're talking to each other. They're in flow state. You don't want to disrupt that level of team cohesion and team thought as much. But from the side of AG, you do need to make a bit of adjustment, right? So you can't go B main because you're just getting picked apart. You can't go A main because there's a flood potentially on the horizon, and there's a lot of heavy mid control, like we mentioned beforehand. So FPX resolutely in the seats, 6-0. A lot better look than when they played against JDG, against arguably a game where they shouldn't or didn't have as much claim into this game, as everyone is sort of predicting AG to come away with this. So FPX potentially looking to upset a lot of fans and potentially a lot of cast this year.
That's very true. That's what you call the caster curse. Astro Smoke will come out. You can see that Setrot therefore has to think about exactly where he wants to peek. But he still has the confidence, and he should have an easy shot there if Septum decides to peek. But he needs to be careful. Obviously, with only the single controller, him dying here would be dire.
Oh, this is a big duel. Septum can't peek. Like there's no world in which he should peek because there's no noise across the map.
But Setrot also doesn't know. But will he see him? Oh, he does so, and that's the smoke's gone.
Oh, that's an A. That's an A execute completely scuppered there.
Yep, no smokes. That means that only have the fast lane to try to do something. But Kovac with the Nightfall and Young as well. I mean, AG just looking completely dismantled.
Yeah, and the round's done. Yeah, the round's done. You salvage what you can. You don't go hunting too much unless you're Young. If Iron can find both of these kills and then also die, or find a kill and then die, that's an ulti online for Iron. That makes 3 ultis on the side of FPX. Meanwhile, AG has 4 ultis. So then the real question is, why did they go for that Septum Lurk when they have all of those ultis? They could have just committed directly down one lane and just overwhelmed with ult utility alone.
Seven to 0. Could not be more one-sided. And apart from the Nightfall, I mean, the fact that you still have so many ults available and you still feel like it's also a level of confidence, right? Of, okay, we just need this one ult, just the Nightfall, let's use it, and then we know the round is already over. They technically have way more in their arsenal that they could use, but decide not to. And honestly, can't blame him the way it's going. At this point, we might as well just give them, just not give them any util.
And Operator's going on Bentley this round. Setrod said, I've had enough of playing with this toy. Like Maggie in The Simpsons reaching for Marge's pearls. Had enough. Want to move on to the next one.
Screw you. Screw you.
Yeah, my bad.
And isn't it Lisa? Isn't it Lisa with the pearl necklace? So
it's Maggie the baby.
No, but Lisa is the one with the necklace. Anyway, so shame on you. Wrong reference. But doesn't matter. At this point, it's really difficult to find anything to talk about just because of how one-sided this is. AG, once again, on a very weird buy. Yes, they have 2 rifles, but Kira and Septum have to content themselves with just having the Sheriff in hand.
This is one of the weird rounds. So FPX normally plays this, like I mentioned, this 1-1-2-1 default, where they have 3 people in towards the mid, but they've just given it up in favor of their anti-eco. Oh, GOQ gets slowed. I don't know whose saturate that was.
Oh, but it's a nice shot from Fangir. He managed to dash over the Cosmic Divide. And Setrod trying to see if there's any way he can go past it, but does not find it. So for the first time in quite a while, the Spark has been planted, and AG is up numbers.
And they're all around the spike like a pack of hyenas. But FPX getting in position is lockdown being committed here.
But Setrod finds one. Bentley does have the trait though, but he's down to 30 HP. And while he does have his ult, he doesn't want to use it. You can see he even needs to dash out and will still be caught by the lockdown. So that will delay the retake even further. So Young Berlin have to be the ones to take the initiative here. Don't forget there's also pull.
I think. He's also saving the operator, so...
They just tapped way too late, so he doesn't even have a chance to do anything. And AG, on the back of a very weird round, managing to win the first one. Shout out to all my Brazilian fans.
It's a World Cup reference. World Cup ref. Wow, it's the 6-7 of 2014. Well. But yeah, 7-1. A very infamous and notorious Brazilian scoreline based off the World Cup. But I think what's more infamous, or potentially more notorious, is FPX running away with this game. They've lost one round, and AG finding a bit of form here based off on the back of their Cosmic Divide and their lockdown. But on the other end of things, Ayang still stalling to get that lockdown. Is big light speed there to try and find something, but they get delayed by the Astra Smoke.
Yeah, and Fangir has to be happy that he's even alive, and that's just not what you want to see in the first 5 seconds of the round. One of your duelists already on 11 HP, and yes, while that doesn't stop him from using, for example, his ultimate, it does mean that it's going to make it way more difficult, and you can see the adjustment of that he's just going to lurk, he's just going to try and see if there's anything else that he can do, while the rest of this team tries to do something. But Berlin, a beautiful one-shot onto the head, didn't even need to be a headshot, but still decides to. And the rest of the team already on this side, the Nightfall being used from AG, and the Overdrive together, and they just run it through, but Kovac has a nice trade. 4v3, Ayang needs to be careful on the side, but Kovac, the IGL is there to help him. The spike dropped, and AG, no access to the A side. Setrot, the final name in the coffin will be Ayang, taking down Septum. 8-1.
That was one of the most dastardly pre-aims and jiggle one-taps I've seen, I think, this entire series, if not this week. Yeah, that's crazy. Fangir trying to find some value on that lurk, potentially disrupting anybody fast rotating through, and Kovac lining up the kill feed, finding 2 kills for himself. A trade and then a bit of individual inspiration there. Bring it to 8-1 as FPX are very ahead of this, and you can feel the pressure because AG spending both of their timeouts on one half. We spoke about this in the previous one. It's actually a bit of a problem at this point, like how late these AG timeouts are, no? Because the last one was done at
6-0.
5-4, I think. So then there were 3 rounds left, and now there's only 2 rounds left on the back half of this Pearl map. So late intervention from their coach consistently from AG. Comparison to JDG's coach, who is known for just throwing the parachute and hitting the buzzer as soon as things go wrong. AG coach sort of letting this slide for a bit too long here. When you're on the precipice of an 11-1 half potentially, is FPX locking down absolutely everything, not giving an inch, not giving anything to this AG side, or making them work for it at every single point.
And it's the second timeout as well, so unless they by some miracle manage to get to OT, to overtime, this looks like it will be the last one for this map, and potentially the last one for this series. And the first one was done at 6-0, so even that one was a bit late. But I do understand trying to halt this round, but at 8-1, might just be too little too late. Still, GRQ, you can still see him sliding. He needs to be the one to face everything and to have the confidence. And Setrod, a very rare miss from him there.
It doesn't quite blow open the round like he did in the previous ones, but it's okay. You only have 2 rifles on AG. You have a Vandal and a Guardian, but besides that, they're resolutely on an eco. Is eyes on Berlin here, playing this very, very heavy contact angle to spot. Oh, he smokes it off preemptively, yeah, off the timer. So then they have to actually force the util to get out of there. That's very, very smart. It means that Fade doesn't have that second Prowler to clear out anybody that's playing close. So then what Berlin is doing looks like a bait from every angle. As Fangir takes a bite and takes a pretty big chunk out of the defense of FPX.
Oh, he missed the wall. He wanted to use it to get to side, and suddenly he's just out there in the open. So it's an easy kill for Bentley. Even trying to get a second one will bait out the refrag. We gotta watch that in replay, because that would just be so unfortunate. But look at Kira. He's already on this A side. Yes, there are 2 nanoswarms there, but nanoswarms do not give you info. They are just pure mollies. So while the A side is completely open, it doesn't change the fact that it's a 3v4 retake, with Fangir being on 11 HP and Septum having a Sheriff.
As on Kira, I think. Kira's has one of the 2 Guardians that they have, or one of the 2 rifles that they have, but he's going to be challenging Setrod. But Setrod with the Operator, very immobile gun. You don't want to be peeking with this. Into Kira, who has a Guardian that is a lot more favorable here. Setrod going to jump peek.
He needs to be careful about where he wants to peek. He needs to take a good timing. The overdrive being used, and it's immediately a nice headshot there. And Bentley with the 3K. And, well, Fangear, poor guy, once again left in a 1v4 with the spike planted. And he has no chance. 9-1. At this point, oof.
You're very comfortable if you're in FPX's coach spot, right? Like,
yeah.
things are just clicking for your team, and I think if Pearl is definitely. I think FPX is one of the better implementations. Did he even go for the?
He used the wall. You can see it on the minimap that he used it, and you can even see the hands going up. But I believe for some reason it must have caught. It must have been caught on the right side of the little lip that you have before getting to B side, and therefore it was cut off prematurely. And I mean,
oh, you think when he was rounding the corner, the orb hit the wall, so it didn't go all the way through? Okay,
exactly. Because you can see that behind him, where he actually used it, the wall was visible. But then, I mean, it looks really stupid. But that is just unfortunate.
Misexecution, yeah. No one on A. Literally no one on A on the side of FPX. Everyone's playing an art or towards the center of the map, anticipating a mid pop. As their gamble is correct. They don't challenge it at all. They have the Killjoy alarm bot sitting outside of A, which will give you the cue if they are playing towards A side of the map. In a very precarious situation. Very angled disadvantage.
He has 2 players helping him there, so he's not the one to take first contact. That's why it looks like he lagged out while just looking into a wall. But while they want to go to mid, they have chosen the wrong spot. It will be a B-link lurk, and it seems like they want to go for a bit of a split here.
Brilliant sort of protected from this B-link split is Setrod going to be playing first contact here. Brilliant playing deep long, giving a bit of assurance here, but very, very quiet, very belabored. What's the FPX response here?
And Setrod, the fact that he knows that in this case he does need to go instead of main, but he will get caught out, and it's a nice kill by Shrimp there. Bentley though is still on site, he needs to be careful, and they're still swarming in Berlin. He does not get a single one for his trouble, so the spike will be planted. And once again, AG, one of the few times that they had the number advantage.
Yeah, very overtly cautious response. Fangier with the operator looking into B-link.
Fangier. he has a Vandal judge or an operator, so he has more than enough guns to choose. And while the lockdown will come out, he does not expect Kovacs positioning.
Kovacs cleared out a lot of space here. Kovacs in front of the lockdown as well.
I like the confidence, but unfortunately, A Young is left in a 1v3, and it's the second round for AG. The question is it too little? Is it too late?
Potentially, I think the problem is both teams have equal strengths. Like across the board, they both are double duel, both are playing for similar win cons. Yeah, it's literally Miracom. So this is one of the situations similar to the old 2024 Iron Meta, the 100 Thieves comp, with the Gecko fade, where the only thing that was beating Gecko fade was Gecko fade. You know, so there's still silver lining on AG. Having similar weaknesses and similar strengths.
Once again, full Killjoy utility on A. They are still prodding here, but last time it just didn't work out so well. It was the time that Fangier was already down to 11 HP at this point, so it's an improvement compared to that, definitely. But with 5 players here, the Nightfall being used, you can see already the stars being pulled down. If they decide to go to this A side, they will have to contend with quite a lot of trouble and quite a lot of utility.
It's a 5v3, but there's still all this Killjoy util still up here. AG's opted for a very slow contact style of players. Light speed gets committed, refract and saturate all committed. Low overdrive on GRQ.
But he makes it pass, but unfortunately gets traded there, so maybe a bit of a overpeak. This Cosmic Divide will be used, but it's by FPX, so I'm not quite sure what the reasoning behind that is, but it doesn't even matter if Ayung is shooting like that and Setrod joins him. It's all left into Shrimp, and while he is on the right side of the Cosmic Divide, in the 1v4, the chances are increasingly unlikely.
A 4v1, but we've seen this before. Forsaken has hit a clip in this specific spot, in this similar situation.
That's the first one, but it's
stuck to house. That's the second.
It's a very nice try from Shrimp, but 10-2, the first half is set in stone. And well, we usually talk about how certain rounds can be key rounds in turning around the momentum. And I believe you're probably on my side if I say that this next pistol will be the make or break.
Yeah, 1000%. Side of FP or side of FPX been struggling with pistol rounds this entire season, from kickoff up until now, and AG has been bolstered on their pistol, and as a result they lost their first one, and now 10 to half 11 rounds later. So pistol still definitely gonna be a big one, but with a team like AG where you have Fang here who is very comfortable upping, similar to how Cetrod wants to be upping, we're potentially going to be seeing similar problems. So how do you solve that? I think op is going to be a big factor in this. In terms of post plants, I think I don't think AG got many post plants. No, they got maybe 3, 4, I would guess. No more than 6. I don't think they got more than 6, but FPX is a team that, when attack side, finds a lot of value in their post plants, and they only need to get 3 at this point.
And it's only the first step. I mean, if AG manages to win this pistol, they still have a very rough road ahead. And so far, the pistols have not been going in their favor. And especially considering, as well, I believe they've lost 2 bonuses so far to FPX. It's not looking good, but it has to start somewhere. The first step is going to be this pistol.
Yeah, brick by brick is how this comeback is made, so... Eyes on AG, the crowd favorites, the caster favorites. A lot of people at Project Horizon have a lot of faith in them as well. So AG, Masters contenders, Gentlemates or Triumphers over Gentlemate. Currently back against the wall against this FPX side, which, like I mentioned, high peaks, very, very low values. And right now, FPX looking over the zenith of potentially their first win of the first split.
It does not help when GRQ is down 4-11, just managing to get 4 kills in 12 rounds. So FPX have to do their best. They cannot step off from the gas. They need to just keep doing what they're doing, and if they do so, it should be an easy win. Especially when you have Bentley shooting like that. I'm sorry?
My forehead.
Check in PC.
Do you have an ibuprofen? Like... Bit of a headache there for Bentley, or a bit of a headache there for Septim, and they're similar to one of the previous rounds in a similar area of the map. Septim, the only controller for AG, drops.
So no smokes for AG there. That's the reason why, and also because of the number advantage, Fangir, you can see in mid prodding and seeing if he finds anything. I believe that right click was not on purpose. Interestingly enough, also a classic being used by Neon. Haven't seen that in quite a while, but he can still dash around, and that is exactly what his job is. And the saturate will delay him for a bit, but GRQ in the end will still fall, and the spike will just about now be planted.
Response from FPX to, after that unfortunate right click, to speed up almost immediately and catch the AG side off guard and find a kill for their troubles, make it a 3v5.
You can see that Cetrod, because he has that classic, deciding to play quite close range, but still against that double swing from AG. It's very difficult to do that, but look at AG. They're the walking wounded, a combined of, I believe, just 100 HP, and it won't matter, everyone just falling. And while the turret gets 1 kill, Kira himself does not manage to get anything. And well, this looks like the beginning of the end.
I think that's 3 pistols for FPX in this series. Keep in mind, they started this series, or they started the first map of this series, or of the season, with a 25% win rate. Over the last 3 maps, over the last 4 or 5 maps, they've actually brought that up to almost 40%, which means that just under half of their pistols are pistol win rates. So definitely a team that's improved dramatically in how consistently they win their pistols. Maybe it's protocol based, or maybe it's just a change in IGL, which has resulted in them being a lot more effective in those very opening starts of the round, or opening starts of the half rather.
AG understandably has to go for a force buy here, but it's not looking very healthy. 2 sheriffs, 2 stingers, and a Bucky. It's not ideal.
FPX playing this very heavy anti-eco. Similar, the ideas behind this is you want to be playing anti-aggro, right? You're expecting the defensive side to be very, very aggressive because they don't have light weapons, so they want to close the gap as much as possible. So you want to be playing very, very safe, especially in that first phase of the round. But now we're getting into the second phase of the round, or rather the third phase, the back half of this round. You start being a bit more proactive here, trying to clear through and picking up the pace a bit, trying to find the weak side.
The turret does do a bit of damage, but not enough, especially considering Bentley has very wisely bought the regen shields, and Kira has chosen this close angle where the Stinger in theory shines, but Stinger is usually not the gun that you want to spray with, but together with his teammate they can do some damage. But Fangir from behind just not being able to hit his shots. That could have been the best way to open this round up. And in the end, while it's still looking good for AG in a 3v2, it could have been better and it could have been way more convincing, especially now considering that Ayang is on a very quick flank. But it should be an easy conversion for AG. Take out your gun, you're gonna need it, and with 7 seconds left, Ayang will save the Bulldog, and AG's weird buy means that they manage to get the third round on the board.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of this, no, from the CN. Force buys on that second round after you lose the first one. I don't know if this is, because traditionally you just don't buy on that second round, but I'm seeing a lot of forces. FPX did a lot of forces when they were behind after losing their pistols, and now AG adopting those Stinger buys. The Sting, I think, getting more and more value with the fact that light shields are of less and less import when an Outlaw is on the map. So finding a lot of more value there as AG wins their first round in what feels like a minute.
Fangir looking for redemption with the Outlaw. Obviously would be great because everyone is on either no shields or low shields. A good rhyme. Bentley already dashing in, once again finding the turret and having a bit of a 1v1 against Timmy. But the rest of the team are grouped up there. The question is where do they go from there? The options are endless. But they did not destroy the turret! I just realized. But they still have full A control. Now AG is going to realize that the turret has not been destroyed and has not pinged.
Oh Lord, the judge. Oh no, the judge.
Hello, Danby. Nice seeing you here. What do they do? It's a nice push, but GRQ gets an easy one. Cetrot does find the kill before getting stunned. But otherwise, I mean, you have to be careful about Fangir. You haven't cleared anything apart from the main site. And Fangir gets the first one, still has another bullet, and the Outlaw decides to just back off, while the rest of the team seemingly is looking for the cleanup. And poor Berlin is getting caught in the middle of it and gets spammed down. Cetrot left with a judge. And well, while Neon Judge is usually very good, in this situation it's probably the worst gun you could have.
I think FPX is, in terms of their win cons, getting spiked down consistently has been a boon for FPX. Making sure that their money always flourishes to some degree. But AG rallying back. We spoke about brick by brick, and one by one, FPX swings and gets minced by young GRQ. And they got a post plant under their belt.
The fourth round, slowly building up some momentum. And now I gotta ask you, at what point, how many rounds do AG need to have for you to believe in a comeback?
How many? 7. That's the number.
Honestly, I was about to say the same thing. So
yeah,
there's still
about 7.
So there's about like 6, 7 more. Oh shit.
Oh,
no, it's okay.
Yeah, back to the void with you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah,
FPX.
definitely 7 rounds.
Yeah, so there's still quite a way. And unfortunately, a couple of those ones is going to be against full buys like this one. And while Fangir does have the Outlaw, he needs to be very careful about using it. Septem is stuck in the corner and wisely decides to back off even after a couple of pot shots, but he gets taken down by Kovac. Fangir looking for something, but he gets dinged down, and even with a refrag, Cetrot finding him. An AG in a 3v5, we gotta do something. And Kira does find one. But look at the positioning for GRQ. He will not only be spotted out by the alarm bot, but then will have to contend about fighting against 3 people while being on flank. You can see there the alarm bot was spotted.
Yeah, the alarm bot goes off.
You can see how the rallying troops already behind it. GRQ finds the first one. That's a good first start, especially now with Kira. and he leaves him in quite a good position. He does have the turret, he does have the lockdown. Unfortunately, the one thing he does not have is time. But he gets half, but unfortunately, nice shot from Ayang. It looked dangerous for a second there, considering he already halved the spike. But it is, in the end, inevitable that FPX get to match point.
Bit of good macro or micro rather from Kovac and FPX to actually swing through. This entire round was just brought down to trades and like one person sending body, next person swinging through, you know, and they found a lot of value from that. And AG still finding ways to make this a very difficult win for FPX as the timeouts being called, maybe because of unhappiness due to how close that got. I think they were 5v3 when they got spiked down, so calling that timeout, double-edged sword. You're giving the AG coach time to anti-strat a bit more because you have shown your pro and make those adjustments, and potentially we spoke about 7 being the magic number for a comeback to be viable.
Well, this
you just
point
need to
probably
3 more together from this point.
Yeah, this point is probably a bit more considering that they're already on match point, so they cannot let a single round slip. And I gotta admit, I don't necessarily see the reason behind the German coach for FPX going for a timeout here, especially considering that AG does not have a single one, so it seems like they're almost giving them a lifeline, but there must have been some reason, maybe something that he was not quite happy with, even though, I mean, they were up 5v3 in the last round, so it does feel a bit unconventional, but let's assume there's a good reason behind it.
And maybe it's money, maybe it's due to the fragility of their buy. Yeah, look at how
I thought you meant like real money.
No. I wish I could call a timeout when I have money problems.
The overdrive being used, but he doesn't expect GRQ to be on the other side, and he pops his own overdrive. And Ayang, even though he takes him out, Fangir is there to defend him. 2 kills for him, and Berlin and Kovac, well, make it just Berlin, make it just absolutely no one getting mowed down by AG. Where has this confidence come from? Well, maybe the timeout, right? Because once again,
yeah, the timeout.
It's a free timeout for AG.
So we're getting close to that magic number where comeback is very viable, but the ults are being committed there, and I think it's just assiduousness, like how dedicated these guys are to doing the small things, and they didn't clear out GRQ, they didn't clear out that space properly, and they just sort of shortcutted it, and you got 2 for his troubles. But AG bringing it within 7.
7 chances to get to overtime. GRQ spawning down on A, doesn't find anything because the rest of FPX is on this mid side. Usually has been quite weak. Kira even taking out the Prowler, so they know that one's there. But they know that he's also far away, so you can see the smoke being used to cut down the sideline, especially off the turret as well. And therefore AG deciding to just back off and completely give up the middle of the map.
It's going to be a mid split, yeah? 1 Guardian, 1 Bucky, 3 classic.
And GRQ, but I like the idea of GRQ already taking down the flank, and Shrimp joins him. And now Septrod, he needs to push. Poor guy with the Bucky and while being decayed. And it's an easy cleanup once again. AG, where has this confidence gone from? I like the proactivity. It seems like at this point, it's like, okay, we know we're down rounds, but like, let's just have fun. And the fact that they're still so confident, I mean, it might just convince you otherwise, that maybe they still have a chance.
Yeah, it's the double-edged nature of calling a timeout, right? Where you call the timeout thinking, oh, well, this is a small problem that we just need to fix, and then you fix the small problem, and then a bigger problem arises because you've given the enemy team 1 minute to get all their ducks in a row. But the Fangir operator getting online here, a mid or very mid-A heavy hold. Cetron breaches the first line, breaches the second. Fast lane gets onto site.
And Fangir now only has his dash. The refract and the set rate is both already gone. FPX has full access to the A side. 5v5 retake. How do you approach this? You have the lockdown, but you first need to go close enough that you can even use it. The Nightfall will be used, but it does not find anyone. Both lockdowns available. You can see the Waylay ult being used just to delay quite a bit. And even catches, I believe, Setrod, his own teammate. But it doesn't matter. At some point, they need to just put bodies in there. And that's exactly what they do. Both lockdowns coming down. Look at the Venn diagram. And in the end, Kira is on the spike. There's one nano there. There is the pull. But he needs to back off, and that's going to waste quite a lot of time. Oh, even another swarm. And this looks like this is the end. Da Young. A little Killjoy diff to end this map and to end this series. FPX winning against AG, against the Masters. I don't want to say winners, but the team that has managed to go to Masters in a convincing fashion.
Masters contenders AG fall in a 2-0 fashion to FPX, who lost to JDG. So power rankings or team, the way you tier list these teams, FPX stocks have gone way up, I think. AG having a bit of an uncharacteristic performance, but I think it's the beginning of the split. I think that's the big thing. It's the beginning of the split. No need to ring the alarm bells too soon if you're the side of AG. A lot of adjustments to be made. The idea, I think the big thing that you can consider is FPX got sort of handed a loss. You know, they got absolutely beaten on the first game of the A, made a lot of adjustments, came into the second, and they had a lot of learning experiences. AG, on the other hand, didn't lose their first one. They didn't really get exploited on a lot of their weak points, and didn't really have that learning experience that FPX has. So FPX coming back, having done a lot of reflection, a lot of learning, and gets the win for their troubles.
And I don't really think that the stocks for AG have gone down that much. I mean, you still need to consider, you could see in Fangir's face while bowing down to the lovely Chinese crowd, obviously, that he was just, you could see it on his face, that he was not feeling well. And obviously, we have that information. And therefore, I don't think you're really worried if you're an AG fan, because, I mean, first off, they have already won. Okay. Just getting completely side-eyed by their own mascot. Oh, no. But anyway, considering they have won their first match, I still believe they're on a good way to get to playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's also very soon to be, you know, putting a team down versus raising a team up, especially because they're basically just trading wins and losses. This makes this is actually very important. 2-2. Historically 2-2. So 2025 FPX lost twice to AG. 2026 FPX has beat AG once. So that makes the head-to-head currently 2-2 based off of this win. So, but we go into the interview.
比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了笨鱼选手来接受我们的赛后采访。首先，恭喜你们拿下了第一赛段的首胜，恭喜恭喜！今天进入比赛的状态真的非常的快，包括说在霓虹丁你们打的也很凶，先锋位的选择可能从思凯变成了黑梦。对于你个人而言的话，这样一套阵容在某些部分你会觉得打得更加舒服。
我个人觉得就是菲德相比思凯的话可以多一个狗，就是多了更多的心理技能，就是可以帮我们搞控图。思凯的话就只有闪。 但是我们双的话，其实有时候我们不太需要，更多是需要信息，所以我觉得也许黑梦是一个更好的。
对，你们今天真的进攻打的压迫感是非常足的。那上一次阿阳在提到你的时候说，你是一个很吃压力、很稳扎稳打，也上进心很强的这样的一个选手。上次我觉得初登联赛的赛场嘛，难免会有一点紧张。那回去之后，教练和队友帮你做了什么样的复盘？
就是队友和教练还是依然能肯定我吧。然后我记得很深的一句话就是教练我们一口说的是 time to shine， 所以我就因为我知道这个舞台就是为我准备的，所以我只是展示自己就好了。对，是金子总会发光的。那加入到 FPX 之后，你有什么样的体验呢？
This is his first time playing
因为是我第一次正式打职业嘛，最开始还是有点紧张，有点焦虑，但是慢慢的也适应了。然后不管是队员还是管理层，大家都一直在帮助我，就还是很感动。
对你的职业路，我觉得一路以来，可能从五福啊到FunPlus， 我觉得有不少的观众朋友一直都在关注着你嘛。那想问到当时是什么样的契机，可能让你下定决心一定要来联赛的舞台来证明自己？
其实我一直都是下定决心的，如果有联赛机会的话，我会毫不犹豫的就是马上来赛。
take it immediately, and he got it from FPX, so he came to play for them.
对，今天的发挥也真的非常非常的棒，我相信你之后会越来越好的。那最后有什么话想要对一直支持你的粉丝说吗
？Thank you to everyone for all of your support. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here today.
谢谢大家。
好的，再一次感谢笨鱼。那我们最后呢，还是有我们的福能抽奖的掉落环节，你可以砍开始和3、2、1停。
开始。
from Septim coming from that coach slot into the player role, but they get their win on the board. I think it's always trying to break the seal, make sure that you get that first one up there, and then everything's easier from there. And getting it early in the season is a lot better than getting it late in the season. So FPX playing a really excellent game. Yeah, I think their Pearl is something to be studied, something to be monitored, because it is arguably, I think, 100% win rate for them going into the split, but it's only over 2 games. So.
And also, before we forget, obviously, huge thanks to Moon for translating the Chinese interviews. It's always a pleasure to understand what they say, and obviously wouldn't be possible with people like Moon. So thanks for the translation. Gives us a lot of insight. And you said it. I mean, that's one of those moves that you have not really, I think, ever seen before. The move from player to coach is not that rare, like people like Angel, for example. But to go from coach or assistant coach to player, I believe the last one was, what was his name? Was it Zin or Shin or Zaish? I believe it was Zaish on Karmine Core when they didn't really look that great in that one season that they had. But so yeah, but still, you can see on the Astra how he manages to like flawlessly go into that role.
Yeah, finding a lot of value, finding immense amounts of value. So, yeah, I think it's also you slot into where you're needed.
One guy.
I think him.
Nice, well put. Oh, jump pick.
Two more.
I will pick.
Guys, listen, wait the call back, okay? Yeah, keep low. Listen, the Fade and the Astra was big.
I will hold you.
你有在架吗？你抓住一下，不用怕。
Nice. I have your link.
我可以帮你旋转跳一下。
来，你过来大坑。来了 ，nice。
有意思吗
？Come，来。
No need，圈去杠 ，set no take it。
Take it。
来 ，jump for you。I jump for you。
No， chill guys， I think it's chill。 No need，OK。
If we can just take it。
他去 B 令了，你就架那个，我架 A 打。One more follow。 Come under me. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I come above you. Wait. Hold. Guns out. Hey, it's Charlie. Bad guy. You're a bad guy, bro. No, bad. It's fine. I don't care.
Bentley.
Get it, yeah. Pulls it away.
The man of the hour with a clean KDA of 2 and 5 multi-kills. Not bad, my man. And obviously, also, I'm sorry, I just gotta say that clip is so wholesome. I love not only first having the discipline of being in a 1v5 or in a 5v1, being like, hey, okay, let's chill. Like, I know that it's basically impossible to throw, but then you suddenly flip heads 5 times and then you lose the round. So not only that, but also the fact that then they were such good sports about him losing that, and he is like, okay, it's fine, it's all good. He didn't even like care if he got the ace anyway. So that's one of the most important things, just having good vibes on the team, and I believe that FPX definitely showed that.
Yeah, and I think FPX is going to be a case study for sure about how do you integrate non-English speakers with English speakers in translations, because that has just been a struggle, right? When you have imports of different skills or imports of similar skills but of different language and background, how do you interact? It's been a problem in games like League of Legends, it's been a problem in games like Dota, and now it's a problem that people in Valorant, a game that is arguably slightly faster paced at times, are having to contend with. So hearing FPX over at least the last 2 games and hearing their mix of conversational English and comfort calls is definitely encouraging to see, especially this early in the split. As the head-to-head, Bentley versus Shrimp, 4 kills. It's not really a high kill game. I think this game was a game told mostly by flawless execution, good macro, and I want to see post plants. I assume that AG doesn't have that high post plants, and FPX has a lot of them, so FPX definitely winning both in the same fashion.
I also just want to point out the difference between the deaths, because Ayang, obviously playing the Sentinel role, playing a bit more passive and wanting to wait for his util, just 8 kills. Meanwhile, Setrod, the ADHD, just dive in. Neon, doesn't matter what happens, has 14 kills, almost double that. In that case, it didn't even matter as we look at the first kills as well. Interestingly enough, AG leading with the first kills, so it seems like they were just not able to capitalize off of the advantage that they had, even when up numbers.
Yeah, and surprisingly, I think I was wrong about the metrics. So AG having more post plants, but just a lot more failed, and then FPX having less post plants but more successful ones. So definitely a systematic thing. I think that's a sign of it. Even though FPX was not getting as many first bloods, AG was just not converting a lot of their rounds from those first bloods into successful rounds, right? It shows that FPX is rallying a lot more consistently around that first death and playing to more consistent and safer win cons. But yeah, we have the graph. Setrod, definitely a standout player. I thought if it wasn't Bentley, it was for sure going to be Setrod. But yeah, for people who don't know, the graph in purple is Setrod's performance, and the blue line is performance for Neon players on Pearl this split. So Setrod acting above average with 3 first kills per round, I think, and then a KD of 1.43, just under the average KD.
And 90% cast as well. That means that he always manages to play with his team and always either get a kill, or what most likely happened, considering that he had 14 deaths, is that he got traded, right? Or even him just getting 1 kill and then getting traded, or just opening the map is just so valuable. And that's exactly why so many of these teams decide to go for the Neon. And in the end, we didn't manage to see Haven. Unfortunate for AG, but still FPX are going to be incredibly happy with this result. 13-5, 13-6, and one of the halves was, I believe it ended like, was it? No, it was 10-2, but like...
It was 10-2, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, definitely a big turnaround. I think FPX fans can rejoice. I want to look at the... I want to look at the Preds, because this is unprecedented, I think. I don't think Project Horizon has ever got... Okay, so 2 people preded FPX this game, and it was Zin and you, Mike.
Wait, so that means you're FPX?
Yeah. You predicted FPX.
Let's go!
So that means
I had no idea.
the one game where I predicted FPX, I got wrong, and then you predicted JDG and you got right, and then you predicted FPX on the next one. So I'm 0 for 2 on my preds, and you're 2 for 2 on both of them. So
let's go.
The balance,
so clearly, I'm the better caster, because that's the only important metric.
Yeah, I guess I'm going back to the fluid, the void,
back to the void,
as it were. But yeah, from behalf of Project Horizon, from behalf of VCTCN, from behalf of me, Rigor, and Mike, thank you everyone for watching. We appreciate you coming here. Thank you to production, Kashi on the production, always the go. Thank you for Moon for doing the translation. Mike, do you have anything else to say? Anything else you want to thank?
It's been a pleasure. Funnily enough, for the people watching this right now, you will see me tomorrow. Do we cast tomorrow together as well?
I'm casting Sunday.
Ah, okay. No, my casting duo is gone. Nevertheless. Yeah. It's probably someone else who's better anyway. No, I'm kidding, of course. But as always, it's been a pleasure. Thank you to all the people who are part of this community, to all the people watching, to all the people that take part in it, both the casters, producers, translators. You basically mentioned everything else. To all the people subbing or gifting or raiding. I believe we even had a raid before in between those two maps. So it's been a pleasure. And unless Rigga has something else to say, I think we're going back into the void, right?
Yep, back into the void once again. Thank you once again. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said